Most people do not realize how tired the mind has become until the night finally gets quiet. All day it performs. It answers, reacts, solves, carries, pretends. It wears strength like armor and keeps moving as if pressure were normal. But when the world slows down, when the lights dim, when there is nothing left to distract you from yourself, another truth begins to speak. The restless thoughts, the old fears, the mental habits that keep repeating long after they have stopped serving you, the invisible patterns that shape your life without your permission. And that is the part no one talks about enough. A person can look calm on the outside and still feel broken within. A person can be productive, responsible, admired, and still feel trapped inside the same cycles of overthinking, emotional exhaustion, self-doubt, and inner noise. Not because the mind is weak, but because it has been programmed by years of stress, disappointment, survival, and repetition. Most people were taught how to keep going. Very few were taught how to stop, examine the inner world, and rebuild it from the root. But that is what tonight is about. The Stoics understood something most people still miss. They knew that suffering is not always caused by life itself, but by the way the mind has been trained to see life. They knew that peace begins the moment you stop believing every thought that passes through you. They knew that the mind can be reshaped, that inner chaos can be quieted, and that a new way of thinking can be practiced until it becomes your new nature. Not through force, not through pretending, but through awareness, discipline, and deep inner return. So tonight is not about motivation. It is not about escaping your life. It is not about becoming someone fake, cold, or distant. It is about something far more powerful. It is about rebuilding, slowly, deeply, honestly, letting the old mental noise lose its grip, letting the false fears weaken, letting the exhausted inner world finally breathe, and creating space for a stronger, calmer, clearer mind to rise in its place. This is your reset. 4 hours to interrupt the patterns that have been running your life in the background. 4 hours to loosen the grip of thoughts that have drained your strength for too long. 4 hours to return to the part of you that is still steady beneath the noise. The part that does not panic. The part that does not beg the world for permission to be at peace. The part that can still begin again. Tonight you do not need to chase anything. You do not need to prove anything. You do not need to fix your whole life in one moment. You only need to be here, to listen, to breathe, to let these hours do what constant noise never could. Because sometimes one quiet night can begin a total inner reconstruction. And by the time the morning comes, the mind that rises may no longer be the one that went to sleep. And as the mind begins to quiet, something unusual starts to happen. Not immediately, not loudly, but subtly, like a structure loosening from within. The thoughts that once felt solid begin to feel uncertain. The identity you carried so confidently starts to flicker, and for a moment, it can feel unsettling, almost like losing something important. But what if that feeling is not loss? What if it is the beginning of freedom? There comes a point in this process where the mind no longer feels like the same place it used to be. The reactions that once felt automatic begin to slow down. The beliefs that once felt absolute start to feel questionable. And the version of yourself you have been operating as begins to dissolve. This is the silent identity collapse. It does not come with noise. There is no warning, no clear signal that something has changed. But internally, everything starts to shift. The things that used to trigger you no longer hold the same power. The roles you once clung to begin to feel heavy. Even your usual way of thinking starts to feel unfamiliar, like wearing clothes that no longer fit. And this is where most people panic. Because the mind is deeply attached to identity. It wants certainty. It wants to know who you are, how you should feel, how you should react. It builds patterns over years, sometimes decades, and then protects them as if they are essential for survival. So when those patterns begin to weaken, the mind interprets it as danger. You may feel confused, disoriented. You may ask yourself questions you have never asked before. Who am I without this stress? Who am I without these fears? Who am I if I stop reacting the way I always have? And for a moment, there is no clear answer. But this is not a problem. This is the doorway. The Stoics understood that much of what people call identity is nothing more than accumulated habit. Repeated thoughts, repeated reactions, repeated emotional patterns that have been practiced so many times, they begin to feel like who you are. But they are not you. They are learned responses. And what is learned can be unlearned. That is what is happening here. The collapse is not destroying you. It is removing what was never truly stable to begin with. It is stripping away the automatic reactions, the unnecessary fears, the mental noise that has been shaping your experience without your awareness. It is clearing space. But clearing space can feel uncomfortable, because when the noise fades, there is silence. And most people are not used to that silence. They rush to fill it. They reach for distractions, for old habits, for anything that brings back a sense of familiarity. Even if that familiarity is stress, anxiety, or overthinking. Because the known, even when painful, feels safer than the unknown. But staying in that old identity means staying in the same patterns, the same emotional loops, the same mental exhaustion. And this moment, this quiet collapse, is your chance to step out of that loop. Instead of resisting it, allow it. Let the old reactions fade without trying to bring them back. Let the familiar thoughts pass without grabbing onto them. Notice how the mind tries to rebuild the old identity, tries to return to what it knows, and simply observe it without engaging. You are not losing yourself. You are seeing clearly for the first time what was never truly you. There is a deeper layer beneath all of this, a quieter presence that does not panic when thoughts change, that does not need constant stimulation, that does not rely on external validation to feel stable. That part of you has always been there, but it has been buried under years of noise. Now it is beginning to surface. This is why the collapse must happen before the rebirth, because you cannot rebuild a mind while holding on to the structures that are limiting it. You cannot create clarity while clinging to confusion. Something has to be released before something new can take its place. And this process does not require force. It requires patience. You do not need to rush to define who you are becoming. You do not need to replace every old thought with a new one overnight. What matters is that you stop blindly following the patterns that no longer serve you, that you create space, that you allow the mind to settle into something more natural, more grounded, more real. At first, this may feel unfamiliar, even empty. But within that emptiness is possibility. It is the space where a new way of thinking can form, a way that is not driven by fear or habit, but by awareness, a way that is steady, not reactive, clear, not overwhelmed, and slowly, without pressure, something new begins to take shape. Not a forced identity, not a version of yourself created to impress others, but a quieter, stronger mind that no longer needs to hold on to unnecessary weight. The collapse was never the end. It was the beginning. And once that old identity begins to loosen, another truth quietly steps forward. Beneath many mental patterns, beneath the reactions and roles and fears, there is often a hidden attachment that runs deeper than most people realize. The mind does not only cling to what is familiar. Sometimes it clings to pain itself. That realization can sting, because part of the reason suffering stays so long is not only that it hurts, but that it starts to feel like proof that you are real, deep, alive, and important. There is a strange comfort in mental pain that most people never question. Not comfort in the sense of pleasure, but comfort in the sense of familiarity. The mind gets used to carrying tension, replaying regrets, worrying about tomorrow, revisiting old wounds, and feeling emotionally burdened. After enough time, this inner suffering stops feeling like a temporary state and starts feeling like identity. It becomes the background music of life. Quiet some days, loud on others, but always there, always reminding you that something inside is still unresolved. And because it is always there, the mind begins to mistake it for meaning. This is one of the deepest traps of human thought. A person starts to believe that if they are no longer struggling, then maybe they are becoming careless. If they stop replaying what happened, maybe it means it did not matter. If they stop hurting, maybe they are betraying the seriousness of what they have lived through. So instead of letting suffering pass, they hold it close. Not because they enjoy it, but because it feels like loyalty. Loyalty to the past, loyalty to pain, loyalty to the version of themselves that survived hard things. The Stoics saw this clearly. They knew that the mind often creates unnecessary suffering because it confuses emotional intensity with truth. A painful thought feels important simply because it feels heavy. A recurring fear feels wise simply because it feels urgent. A memory feels sacred simply because it still hurts. But pain does not automatically make a thought meaningful, and suffering does not automatically make a life more profound. Still, the mind resists that idea. Why? Because suffering can create the illusion of depth. It can make a person feel serious, thoughtful, morally awake. It can feel safer to carry sorrow than to risk lightness. It can feel safer to stay burdened than to step into peace, because peace feels exposed. Peace removes the drama the mind has learned to depend on. Peace asks you to stand without the old story. And for many people, that feels terrifying. There is also another layer. Suffering gives the ego a shape. It gives the mind something to organize around. When a person says, "This pain is mine," the mind turns that pain into a structure. It builds routines around it. It gives attention to it. It protects it. Even healing can start to feel threatening, because healing would require the mind to release something it has spent years defending. The suffering may be painful, but it is known, and the known often feels safer than the free. This is why some people unconsciously return to the same emotional states again and again. Not because life keeps forcing it on them every moment, but because the mind has learned to measure existence through struggle. If there is no problem to solve, it creates one. If there is no emotional fire, it searches for a spark. If life becomes still, it starts digging through memories, searching for something painful enough to feel real again. This does not mean a person is broken. It means the mind has been trained in the wrong direction. Many people were raised in environments where love came with tension, attention came with crisis, and worth came through endurance. They learned early that to be noticed, they had to be hurting. To be strong, they had to be suffering. To be valuable, they had to be carrying more than everyone else. So later in life, peace can feel empty, because the nervous system was never taught that calm is safe. It was taught that pain is proof. Proof of effort, proof of care, proof of existence. But pain is not proof that you matter. It is not proof that you are deep. It is not proof that your life has meaning. It is only proof that the mind has been holding something too tightly. The Stoic path invites a radical shift here. It asks you to stop worshipping your suffering, not to deny what happened, not to erase your story, not to act as though wounds do not exist. but to stop treating pain as the final authority on who you are. The mind can remember without kneeling. The heart can feel without building a home inside every sorrow. You can honor what you have survived without carrying it forever as your only source of depth. This is where observation becomes powerful. When a painful thought appears, instead of assuming it deserves your devotion, you begin to ask quieter questions. Is this thought true or merely familiar? Is this sadness asking to be felt, or is it asking to be fed? Is this memory teaching me something, or is it only pulling me back into an identity I have outgrown? These questions create space between you and the suffering, and in that space, freedom begins. You start to notice that the mind often repeats pain not to heal it, but to preserve continuity. It wants to feel like the same person from yesterday. It wants a stable narrative. It wants emotional material to keep the story moving. But life is not asking you to remain the same. Life is asking you to become more honest. And honesty sometimes means admitting that you have outlived certain kinds of pain, even if your mind still tries to drag you back to them. The moment you stop using suffering as evidence of aliveness, a new kind of existence opens, one that is not numb, not shallow, not false. A quieter existence, a steadier one where you do not need to hurt in order to feel real, one where peace is not emptiness but presence, one where meaning is no longer tied to burden but to awareness. And this matters deeply because as long as the mind clings to suffering for identity, it will resist healing at every step. It will turn relief into guilt. It will turn peace into boredom. It will turn stillness into danger. So this pattern must be seen clearly, not judged, not hated, but understood. Because once you understand it, you stop feeding it. And when you stop feeding it, the mind begins to learn something new, that it is possible to exist without being at war, that it is possible to be deep without being in pain, that it is possible to be fully alive without carrying suffering as your proof. And once the mind begins to loosen its grip on suffering, another layer reveals itself quietly beneath it. A subtler attachment, one that shapes decisions, emotions, and even identity without being noticed. The need for things to turn out a certain way. This need feels harmless at first, but it controls more than most people realize. There is a quiet tension that lives inside expectations, a constant leaning forward into the future, a subtle contract the mind creates with life. I will be okay if this works out. And without noticing it, peace becomes conditional, stability becomes fragile, because now your inner state depends on something outside your control. And that is where suffering quietly returns. It shows up when things don't go as planned, when people do not respond the way you hoped, when effort does not lead to reward, when life moves in a direction you did not choose, and suddenly the mind begins to tighten again. It resists, it complains, it replays, it tries to control what has already happened. But the Stoics saw this trap clearly. They understood that the problem is not effort. The problem is attachment to the result of that effort. There is nothing wrong with working hard, caring deeply, or aiming for something meaningful. The issue begins when your emotional state becomes tied to whether the outcome matches your expectation, when your peace depends on success, when your worth depends on approval, when your calm depends on things unfolding exactly as you imagined, because life rarely follows those scripts. And when the mind is dependent on outcomes, it becomes unstable by design. It rises with success and collapses with failure. It becomes reactive, restless, and constantly searching for control. Even in moments of achievement, it does not fully relax, because it immediately begins to fear losing what it gained. This is not freedom. This is quiet dependence. The Stoic method begins with a simple but powerful shift. You separate what belongs to you from what does not. Your effort belongs to you. Your intention belongs to you. Your discipline, your choices, your actions, these are within your control. But the result? The reaction of others, the timing of events, the final outcome, these do not belong to you. And once you see that clearly, something begins to change. You stop placing your emotional weight on things you cannot hold. Instead of asking, will this work out? The mind begins to ask, did I show up fully? Instead of fearing failure, it begins to focus on alignment. Did I act with clarity? Did I stay grounded? Did I do what I could with what I had? This shift removes a silent pressure that has been sitting in the background for years. Because when you are no longer dependent on outcomes, you are no longer negotiating with life. You are participating in it, fully, honestly, without needing guarantees. At first, this can feel uncomfortable. The mind is used to controlling the future, even if that control is only imagined. It builds expectations as a way to feel safe. It creates scenarios, plans, predictions, and when those are removed, there is a brief moment of uncertainty, a feeling of stepping into the unknown without a script. But within that uncertainty is something powerful, freedom. Because now, your peace is no longer delayed. It is no longer waiting for something to happen. It is no longer tied to success or failure. It becomes available in the present moment, independent of how things unfold. You begin to act without fear of loss controlling you. You begin to speak without needing approval to validate you. You begin to move through life with a kind of steadiness that is not shaken by every external change. This does not make you passive. It makes you precise. Because now your energy is focused on what you can actually influence instead of being scattered across things you cannot. You stop wasting mental effort trying to control outcomes that were never yours to begin with. And something else happens. You start to experience life more directly. Without the constant filter of expectation, moments feel clearer. Conversations feel more real. Effort feels lighter. There is less tension between what is happening and what you think should be happening. There is acceptance without resignation. Because you are still acting, still building, still moving forward. But now, you are not emotionally dependent on the result of every step. And this creates a kind of resilience that cannot be easily shaken. Failure no longer breaks you because it was never defining you. Success no longer controls you because it was never completing you. Both become experiences, not identities. This is what the Stoics practice daily, not as a theory, but as a discipline. A constant reminder to return attention to what is within their control and release what is not, over and over again, until the mind no longer defaulted to attachment. And slowly, something changes at a deeper level. The need to control outcomes begins to fade. The fear of uncertainty begins to soften. The mind becomes quieter, not because life is perfect, but because it is no longer resisting reality. You begin to trust your ability to handle whatever comes, instead of trying to force what comes. And that trust becomes your stability, because when you are no longer dependent on outcomes, nothing external has the power to fully disturb your inner state. Not success, not failure, not delay, not uncertainty. You still care, you still act, but you are no longer controlled. And that is where a new kind of strength begins to form. One that does not rise and fall with circumstances, one that remains steady, no matter how life unfolds. And when the grip on outcomes begins to loosen, another quiet shift becomes possible. The mind starts to see something it used to avoid, not because it was hidden, but because it was uncomfortable. The truth, not the dramatic version, not the softened version, just the plain, simple reality of what is. And at first, that can feel strange. Because the mind has spent years doing something very subtle, it has been choosing emotional comfort over reality, not on purpose, not consciously, but as a way to protect itself. It edits situations, it adds stories, it creates meanings that feel easier to carry. It tells you what you want to hear instead of what is actually there. And over time, those small distortions become a habit. You begin to react not to life itself, but to your interpretation of it. A situation happens, and the mind immediately fills in the gaps. It assumes intentions, it predicts outcomes, it creates narratives that match old fears or old desires. And before you even realize it, you are no longer responding to reality. You are responding to a version of it shaped by emotion. This is where confusion begins, because emotional comfort is not always aligned with truth. Sometimes it feels easier to believe that someone meant harm, instead of accepting that they were simply unaware. Sometimes it feels easier to think you are not enough, instead of facing the effort required to grow. Sometimes it feels easier to stay in a familiar story, even if that story limits you, because stepping into reality would require change. And the mind resists change, so it chooses comfort. But comfort has a cost. When you consistently choose emotional comfort over reality, you begin to lose clarity. Decisions become reactive, emotions become exaggerated, problems feel larger than they are, and slowly you drift further away from what is actually happening, living instead inside a mental version shaped by fear, habit, and assumption. The Stoics trained themselves to reverse this pattern. They practiced seeing things as they are, not as they feel. Simple, but not easy. Because the first step is awareness. You begin to notice how quickly the mind adds meaning to everything. A delayed message becomes rejection. A mistake becomes failure. A challenge becomes a threat. And in that instant, emotion takes control before reality has even been fully seen. So the practice begins with pausing. Not suppressing emotion, not ignoring it, but slowing down enough to see clearly. What actually happened? What are the facts, without the story? What is certain and what is assumed? This creates distance between you and the emotional reaction. And in that distance, clarity begins to form. You start to see how often the mind has been protecting you with illusions, not out of weakness, but out of habit. It learned to avoid discomfort by reshaping reality into something easier to process. But easier does not mean accurate. And inaccurate perception leads to unnecessary suffering. Rewiring the mind means gently bringing it back to what is real, over and over again. At first, this can feel uncomfortable. Reality is often neutral, while the mind is used to intensity. Without the emotional story, situations may feel flat, almost empty. But that emptiness is not a lack. It is the absence of distortion. It is clarity. And within that clarity, something powerful happens. You stop reacting to imagined threats. You stop carrying emotional weight that was never necessary. You begin to respond instead of react. This changes everything. Because now your decisions are grounded. Your emotions are proportionate. Your mind is no longer amplifying every situation into something it is not. You see things directly, without layers of unnecessary interpretation. And this does not make life dull, it makes it precise. You begin to appreciate moments without exaggeration. You begin to handle challenges without panic. You begin to move through life with a kind of quiet confidence, because you are no longer lost inside your own mental projections. This is what it means to prefer reality. Not because it is always pleasant, but because it is stable. Reality does not shift based on mood. It does not change based on fear. It simply is. And when the mind learns to align with that, it finds a kind of grounding that emotional comfort can never provide. There is also a deeper freedom here. When you stop needing situations to feel a certain way in order to accept them, you remove a hidden resistance. You stop arguing with what has already happened. You stop wishing reality would match your expectations. And instead, you begin to work with what is actually in front of you. This makes action clearer, because now you are not wasting energy resisting the situation. You are engaging with it directly. You see what needs to be done, and you do it, without the added weight of emotional distortion. This is how the mind becomes sharper. Not by thinking more, but by seeing more clearly. And with time, this becomes natural. The mind begins to default to reality instead of story. It becomes less reactive, less dramatic, less overwhelmed. Not because life has changed, but because perception has changed. And perception shapes experience. You are no longer pulled in every direction by emotion. You are anchored, present, clear, able to face what is in front of you without needing to escape into what feels easier. This is not about becoming cold. It is about becoming honest. Because real strength does not come from avoiding discomfort. It comes from being able to face reality without needing to distort it. And once the mind learns that, it stops searching for comfort in illusions. It begins to find peace in truth. And as the mind becomes clearer, something else begins to stand out. A pattern that was always there but hidden beneath noise, distraction, and constant reaction. It is not loud. It does not announce itself, but it quietly shapes how a person moves through life. A pull toward chaos. Not because chaos feels good, but because it feels familiar. There is a strange rhythm many people live inside without realizing it. Periods of calm begin to appear, and instead of settling into them, something inside starts to feel uneasy. The silence feels unfamiliar. The stillness feels almost suspicious. And without knowing why, the mind begins to stir something up. It overthinks. It reopens old problems. It creates tension where there was none. It searches for something to fix, something to worry about, something to react to. And just like that, chaos returns. This is not random. It is learned. The mind becomes conditioned over time to operate in high alert states. If a person has spent years dealing with pressure, unpredictability, emotional intensity, or constant problem solving, the nervous system adapts. It begins to treat chaos as normal. It learns to feel awake, sharp, and even safe in that state. So when calm arrives, it does not feel like peace. It feels like something is missing. And the mind does not like that feeling. So it fills the gap. This is where the hidden addiction begins. Not an addiction in the obvious sense, but a subtle dependence on stimulation, urgency, and emotional movement. The mind starts to associate activity with importance, stress with productivity, noise with aliveness. And without realizing it, a person becomes uncomfortable in stillness. They may say they want peace, but when peace arrives, they disturb it. They check their phone repeatedly without reason. They replay conversations that have already ended. They anticipate problems that have not happened. They hold on to tension even when there is nothing requiring it, because deep down, calm feels unfamiliar and unfamiliar feels unsafe. So chaos becomes a kind of comfort. This is why some people feel more like themselves when things are going wrong than when things are going well. It is not that they enjoy difficulty, but that their system has been trained to function inside it. Calm feels empty. Quiet feels unnatural. Stability feels almost boring. But this is not who you are. It is what you have adapted to. The Stoics understood that a restless mind will always create unnecessary disturbance, not because life demands it, but because the mind has not learned how to be at ease with simplicity. So the work is not to control the outside world, but to retrain the inner response. And it begins with noticing. You start to observe when the mind reaches for chaos. When things are calm, what happens inside you? Is there an urge to check something, fix something, think about something? Is there a discomfort in just being still? These small moments reveal the pattern clearly, and once you see it, you can interrupt it, not by force, not by judgment, but by choosing not to follow it. When the urge to create mental noise appears, you pause. You do not immediately act on it. You let the discomfort be there without trying to escape it. At first, this can feel strange, even unsettling. The mind may resist. It may try harder to pull you into activity, into thought, into distraction. But if you stay with the stillness, something begins to shift. You realize that the discomfort is temporary. You realize that nothing is actually wrong. You realize that the urge for chaos was never about necessity. It was about habit, and habits can change. Breaking this pattern requires patience because the mind has been rehearsing it for a long time. But every moment you choose stillness over unnecessary reaction, you weaken the old wiring. You teach the mind that calm is not dangerous, that silence is not emptiness, that you can exist without constant stimulation, and slowly the nervous system begins to adjust. Calm starts to feel less foreign. Stillness starts to feel more natural. You begin to experience moments without needing to fill them. There is also a deeper shift that happens here. You start to see how much energy was being wasted on unnecessary chaos, how many thoughts were repeated without purpose, how many emotions were extended beyond their natural lifespan, how much tension was being carried that did not need to be there. And with that awareness, you begin to conserve energy. You become more intentional with your attention. You stop feeding thoughts that lead nowhere. You stop engaging with emotional loops that do not serve you. This does not make life empty. It makes it clearer. Because now, when something actually requires your attention, you are fully present. Your mind is not scattered. Your energy is not drained. You respond with focus instead of reacting out of habit, and peace becomes something stable. Not something fragile that can be easily disrupted, but something grounded. Something you can return to even when life becomes busy or unpredictable, because you have trained the mind to no longer depend on chaos to feel alive. This is where real calm begins. Not the kind that comes from everything being perfect, but the kind that comes from no longer needing things to be loud, intense, or complicated to feel complete. You begin to rest in simplicity. You begin to move without unnecessary tension. You begin to experience life without constantly trying to stir it. And the more you practice this, the less appealing chaos becomes. It loses its pull. It loses its hold. And what remains is something quieter, but far more powerful. A mind that no longer needs disorder to feel alive. A presence that is steady, even in silence. And a kind of peace that does not need to be chased, because it is no longer being disturbed. And as the pull toward chaos begins to weaken, something else quietly rises in its place. A different kind of strength, not loud, not dramatic, but steady. The kind that does not depend on what is happening outside, because the truth is, the outside will always shift. Situations change. People change, plans break, things move in ways you did not expect, and no matter how much control you try to create, life has its own direction. It does not pause to match your preferences. It does not ask for permission before it disrupts your comfort. And this is where most minds lose their balance. They attach their stability to things that are constantly moving. So when those things change, they change with them. Calm turns into stress. Confidence turns into doubt. Clarity turns into confusion. Not because the person is weak, but because their center was never truly inside. It was placed in outcomes, in people, in circumstances. And when those shift, everything feels unstable. This is why internal stability matters more than anything external. The Stoics built their entire way of thinking around this one principle. They trained themselves to create a center that does not move, even when everything else does. Not by controlling the world, but by understanding it clearly. They accepted that instability is part of life, not something to eliminate, but something to prepare for. Because once you stop expecting life to be stable, you stop being shocked when it isn't. And that alone removes a huge amount of unnecessary suffering. But acceptance is only the beginning. Internal stability is something you build. It starts with where you place your attention. Most people constantly scan the outside. What is happening? What could go wrong? What do others think? What might change next? And because their attention is always outward, their emotional state becomes dependent on what they find there. But when you begin to turn attention inward, something shifts. You start to notice that there is a part of you that is not moving. A quieter layer beneath the reactions. A space that remains even when thoughts change, even when emotions rise and fall. That space is where stability lives, and the more you return to it, the stronger it becomes. This does not mean you ignore what is happening outside. It means you stop letting it control what is happening inside. When something unexpected happens, the first reaction may still appear. A moment of tension, a quick thought, a flicker of discomfort. But instead of being carried away by it, you pause, you observe. You create a small gap between what is happening and how you respond, and in that gap, you regain control. This is the practice. Not eliminating reactions, but not being owned by them. Over time, this changes how you experience instability. What used to feel overwhelming begins to feel manageable. What used to trigger panic begins to feel like information. What used to shake you begins to pass through you. Because your center is no longer tied to the situation, it is rooted deeper. There is also a shift in how you relate to uncertainty. Instead of seeing it as a threat, you begin to see it as part of the process. You stop needing everything to be predictable in order to feel safe. You begin to trust your ability to adapt rather than trying to control every possible outcome. This builds a quiet confidence, not the kind that depends on success, but the kind that comes from knowing you can remain steady even when things do not go your way. And this kind of confidence cannot be easily broken, because it is not built on circumstances. It is built on awareness. There will still be difficult moments. Life will still test you, but now, instead of being pulled in every direction, you stay grounded. You breathe. You return to the present. You remind yourself what is within your control and what is not. And you focus only on what you can actually influence. This simplifies everything, because instead of trying to fix the entire situation, you deal with what is in front of you, one step at a time, without adding unnecessary resistance, without creating extra suffering through overthinking, and slowly, stability becomes your default, not because life is stable, but because you are. You begin to carry a sense of calm that does not disappear when things get difficult, a sense of clarity that does not fade when things become uncertain, a sense of control that is not about controlling everything, but about controlling yourself. And this changes how others experience you as well. You become someone who does not panic easily, someone who does not react impulsively, someone who brings steadiness into situations that used to feel chaotic, not because you have all the answers, but because you are not overwhelmed by the questions. This is what it means to be internally stable. It is not about being emotionless. It is about being anchored. Feeling what you feel, but not losing yourself in it. Experiencing life fully, but not being shaken by every change. And the more you practice this, the more natural it becomes. Until one day you notice something simple but powerful. The outside world is still moving, still changing, still unpredictable. But inside there is a quiet strength that remains, unmoved, steady, present. And that is where true stability begins. And once that inner stability begins to take root, something else becomes possible. You are no longer constantly reacting, no longer pulled in every direction. There is space now. And in that space, pain starts to appear differently. Not as something to escape, but as something to understand. Because pain does not disappear just because the mind becomes calm. Life still brings loss, disappointment, failure, and moments that feel heavy. But now, instead of immediately resisting it or trying to push it away, there is a new option: to stay with it. And that changes everything. There is a quiet instinct in most people to fight pain, to distract themselves, to suppress it, to explain it away, or to rush past it as quickly as possible. The moment discomfort appears, the mind begins searching for an exit. It tells you this should not be happening. It tells you to fix it, avoid it, or replace it with something more comfortable. But resistance does something very specific. It prolongs the pain. Because when you resist an experience, you create tension around it. You add layers of frustration, judgment, and fear. The original pain may have been simple, even temporary, but resistance turns it into something heavier, something that lingers, something that repeats. The Stoics approached this differently. They did not deny pain. They did not pretend it was pleasant. But they removed the extra layer. They understood that pain itself is often unavoidable, but suffering comes from how the mind reacts to that pain. And when you remove resistance, something surprising happens. The pain becomes clearer, more direct, and strangely, more manageable. To withdraw meaning from pain without resistance means you allow the experience to exist without immediately trying to control it. You feel it, but you do not fight it. You observe it, but you do not label it as unfair or unbearable. You stay present with it, without adding a story. At first, this can feel difficult, because the mind is used to doing something, fixing, analyzing, escaping. But this practice asks you to do something different, to be still, to let the experience unfold without interference. And in that stillness, the true nature of pain begins to reveal itself. You start to notice that pain is not as solid as it seemed. It moves, it shifts, it rises and falls, it changes in intensity. It does not remain fixed unless the mind keeps feeding it with thoughts and resistance. You begin to see that much of the suffering was coming from the story around the pain, not the pain itself. This should not have happened. This always happens to me. I cannot handle this. These thoughts add weight, but when they are removed, what remains is the raw experience. And the raw experience is often simpler than expected. There is also something else hidden inside pain. Information, not in the sense of forcing a lesson, but in the sense of revealing what matters, what needs attention, what has been ignored. Pain can show you where attachment is too strong, where expectations were too rigid, where something inside is asking to be seen, but you can only access that clarity if you are not resisting the experience. Because resistance blocks understanding. It turns pain into an enemy instead of a signal. When you stop resisting, you stop turning pain into something personal. You stop asking, "Why is this happening to me?" And you begin to see it as part of life itself. Something that arises, stays for a moment, and then passes. This does not make you passive. It makes you aware. You are still allowed to take action when needed, to change situations, to set boundaries, to move forward. But your actions are no longer driven by panic or avoidance. They come from clarity, because you have seen the experience fully. And this creates a kind of strength that is different from endurance. It is not about pushing through pain. It is about not being disturbed by it at a deeper level. You feel it, but it does not define you. You experience it, but it does not control you. And over time, something shifts in your relationship with discomfort. You stop fearing it. You stop avoiding it. You stop building your life around trying to escape it. Instead, you begin to trust your ability to handle it, to sit with it, to let it pass without losing yourself. And this trust changes how you move through life. Challenges no longer feel like threats. They feel like experiences. Moments to move through, not obstacles that define you. And because you are no longer resisting, you are no longer adding unnecessary weight. The mind becomes lighter, quieter, more stable. This is the art. Not eliminating pain, but removing the struggle around it, allowing it to exist without turning it into something bigger than it is. And in doing so, you take back control, not by forcing the world to change, but by changing how you meet it, with openness, with awareness, with a calm that does not collapse when discomfort appears. And from that place, even pain loses its power to disturb you deeply. Because you are no longer fighting it, you are simply allowing it to pass through. And that is where a deeper kind of peace begins to form. And as the resistance around pain begins to fade, another pattern slowly becomes visible. A quieter habit, but just as powerful. The need to feel a certain way before taking action. Most people do not notice how much of their life is controlled by this. They wait to feel ready before starting. They wait to feel confident before speaking. They wait to feel motivated before moving. They wait for fear to disappear before making a decision. And without realizing it, their actions become dependent on their emotions. If the emotion is right, they act. If it is not, they hesitate. And this creates a hidden delay in life, because emotions are not stable. They rise, they fall, they shift based on small things. A thought, a memory, a moment of doubt, a change in environment. If your actions depend on them, then your direction will always be inconsistent. This is where the Stoics took a different path. They trained themselves to act from reason, not from emotional permission. Not because emotions are bad, but because emotions are temporary. They do not always reflect what is needed. They do not always point toward what is right. And if you follow them blindly, they can lead you in circles. Training the mind to function without emotional permission means something very simple, but very powerful. You act based on what is right, even when you do not feel like it. You move forward, even when the mind is hesitant. You speak clearly, even when confidence is not fully there. At first, this feels uncomfortable, because the mind is used to checking in with emotion before doing anything. It asks, do I feel ready? Do I feel strong? Do I feel certain? And if the answer is no, it pulls back. But what if readiness is not a feeling? What if it is a decision? The moment you stop waiting for the right emotion, you regain control over your actions. You begin to move from intention instead of impulse. This does not mean ignoring your feelings. It means not being controlled by them. There is a difference. You can feel fear and still act. You can feel doubt and still speak. You can feel discomfort and still move forward. The emotion is present, but it is no longer in charge. And this creates a new kind of discipline, not harsh, not forced, but steady. You begin to show up consistently, regardless of how you feel in the moment. And over time, something interesting happens. Your emotions start to follow your actions, not the other way around. Confidence grows after you act, not before. Clarity appears after movement, not before. Strength builds through doing, not through waiting. This breaks a cycle that traps many people, the cycle of hesitation, waiting for the perfect feeling that never arrives, and because of that, life stays stuck. But when you remove emotional permission from the equation, you remove the delay. You begin to trust your decisions more than your moods. You begin to rely on your principles instead of your impulses. And this creates stability, because now your actions are not changing every time your emotions change. They are guided by something deeper. There is also a quiet freedom in this. You are no longer held back by temporary states. A bad mood does not stop your progress. A moment of doubt does not change your direction. A wave of fear does not control your choices. You acknowledge the emotion, but you do not obey it. And this builds confidence in a different way, not through feeling strong, but through proving to yourself that you can act regardless of how you feel. Each time you do this, you reinforce a new pattern. The mind begins to learn that emotions are not commands. They are signals. They can be observed, understood, even respected. But they do not have to be followed. This also changes how you experience difficult emotions. They lose some of their intensity because they are no longer blocking your path. They are simply passing through while you continue moving, and this reduces their power. You begin to see that most emotions are temporary waves. They rise, they peak, they fade, but your direction remains. And that consistency creates momentum. Life starts to feel less scattered, less dependent on ups and downs, more grounded, more intentional. This is what it means to function without emotional permission, not becoming cold, not ignoring what you feel, but no longer needing your emotions to approve every step. You act because it is right, because it aligns with your values, because it moves you forward. And as you continue to practice this, the mind becomes stronger, not louder, not more forceful, but more reliable, more steady, more clear. You begin to trust yourself at a deeper level, because you are no longer waiting, you are choosing, and that choice, repeated over time, becomes a new foundation. One where your life is no longer directed by how you feel in the moment, but by who you decide to be, regardless of the moment. And that is where true control begins. And as the mind learns to act without waiting for emotions, another dependency begins to loosen, one that has shaped behavior for years without being questioned, the quiet need to be seen, approved, and confirmed by others before feeling complete. It does not always show itself clearly. Sometimes it appears as a need for praise, sometimes as fear of judgment, sometimes as over-explaining, over-performing, or constantly adjusting to fit expectations. But underneath all of it, there is one simple pattern, looking outward to decide your worth. And this creates a fragile foundation, because the moment your sense of self depends on others, it becomes unstable. One opinion can lift you, another can break you. One compliment can calm you. One criticism can stay with you for days, and without realizing it, your inner state becomes something you negotiate with the world. But the world is inconsistent. People are distracted, biased, emotional, unpredictable. Their opinions shift, their attention moves, their approval comes and goes, and if your sense of self is tied to that, then you are constantly adjusting, constantly seeking, constantly waiting for confirmation that may never fully satisfy you. This is where the Stoics made a clear distinction. They saw validation as something external, and anything external, by its nature, is unstable. So instead of building their identity around what others thought, they turned inward, not in isolation, not in arrogance, but in clarity. They asked a different question, not, "Do they approve of me?" but, "Am I acting in alignment with what I know is right?" This shift changes everything, because now your reference point is no longer outside. It is within. You begin to measure yourself by your actions, your intentions, your consistency, not by applause, not by recognition, not by how others respond to you. And this removes a silent pressure that has been running in the background for years. The pressure to be liked, the pressure to be accepted, the pressure to be understood by everyone. And once that pressure begins to fade, something else appears. Space. Space to act honestly, space to speak clearly, space to exist without constantly adjusting your behavior for approval. This is where self-sufficiency begins, not as isolation, but as independence. You no longer need constant reassurance to feel stable. You no longer depend on external signals to confirm your value. You know where you stand because you have defined it for yourself. At first, this can feel unfamiliar because the mind is used to checking in with others. It seeks reactions, feedback, responses. It wants to know, was that good enough? Did they like it? Did I do the right thing? But over time, you begin to replace those questions with something quieter. Was I honest? Was I clear? Did I act according to my principles? And when the answer is yes, something settles inside. A kind of calm that does not need to be reinforced. A kind of confidence that is not dependent on praise. This does not mean you ignore feedback completely. It means you no longer rely on it to define you. You can listen without being controlled. You can learn without losing yourself. You can receive criticism without collapsing. Because your identity is not built on their words, it is built on your awareness. There is also a release that comes with this. You stop performing. You stop trying to be everything for everyone. You stop explaining yourself to people who are committed to misunderstanding you. And this saves energy, a lot of it, because seeking validation is exhausting. It requires constant attention, constant adjustment, constant monitoring of how others perceive you. And when that stops, your attention returns to something more important. Your own life, your own direction, your own growth. You begin to act more freely, not carelessly, but authentically. You say what needs to be said. You do what needs to be done. You move in the direction that feels aligned without waiting for permission. And something else happens. You become harder to manipulate. Because many forms of control depend on your need for approval. If someone can offer validation, they can influence your behavior. If someone can withdraw approval, they can create pressure. But when you are no longer dependent on that system, those controls lose their power. You are no longer easily pulled, no longer easily shaken. You remain steady. This is the Stoic reversal, from seeking validation to creating your own standard, from needing approval to practicing alignment, from depending on others to becoming internally sufficient. And the more you live this way, the less you feel the need to prove anything. You do not need to announce your value. You do not need to defend your choices constantly. You do not need to chase recognition, because your sense of self is no longer waiting to be confirmed. It is already established. Quietly, steadily, without noise. And this creates a presence that others can feel, not because you're trying to impress them, but because you're no longer trying to be anything other than what you are. And that kind of presence does not need validation. It stands on its own, unaffected by praise, unaffected by criticism, grounded, clear, self-sufficient. And from that place, you no longer look outward to find your worth. You carry it with you, And once the need for validation begins to fade, something deeper comes into view. A realization that can feel both freeing and unsettling at the same time. Much of what you have been calling yourself is not fixed. It is built, layer by layer, habit by habit, reaction by reaction. And when you begin to see that clearly, a quiet question appears. If so much of who you are was learned, what happens when you start to take it apart? There is a natural fear here, because personality feels personal. It feels like identity, like something solid, something that defines you. The way you react, the way you speak, the way you think about yourself and the world. It all feels deeply rooted. So the idea of deconstructing it can feel like losing something important. But what if you are not losing anything real? What if you are only removing what was added over time? Most of what people call personality is a collection of patterns, ways of thinking that were repeated until they became automatic, emotional responses that were reinforced over years, roles that were adopted to fit situations, expectations, or past experiences. Some of these patterns are useful, many are not. But because they have been practiced for so long, they begin to feel like who you are. And this is where the confusion begins. Because when a pattern feels like identity, changing it feels like losing yourself. The Stoics approached this differently. They did not see personality as something sacred and unchangeable. They saw it as something that could be examined, refined, and adjusted. Not to become someone else, but to become more aligned with what is true and useful. This process begins with observation. You start to notice your patterns without immediately identifying with them. A reaction appears, and instead of saying, "This is just who I am," you begin to ask, "Is this necessary?" A thought repeats, and instead of accepting it as truth, you look at it as something that has been practiced. This creates distance, and in that distance, something becomes clear. You are not the pattern. You are the one observing it. This is the foundation, because once you see that, you no longer feel trapped inside your personality. You begin to see it as something you can work with, something you can reshape. Not all at once, not by force, but gradually. You begin to question behaviors that once felt automatic. Why do I react this way? Why do I think this thought? Why do I hold on to this belief? And as you explore these questions, you start to see where these patterns came from. Some were learned from others. Some were formed through past experiences. Some were created as ways to protect yourself at a time when you needed it. But what protected you before may not serve you now. And this is where letting go becomes important. Not everything needs to stay. You can release reactions that no longer help you. You can soften beliefs that limit you. You can change ways of thinking that create unnecessary tension. And as you do this, something shifts. You begin to feel lighter, not because you are losing yourself, but because you are shedding what was never truly you. There is also a deeper stability that emerges, because when your identity is no longer tied to fixed patterns, it becomes flexible. You are not stuck in one way of being. You can adapt, adjust, respond differently depending on what is needed. This is not inconsistency. This is awareness. You are no longer reacting from habit. You are choosing from clarity. And this brings a kind of freedom that rigid identity cannot provide. You are not confined to old versions of yourself. You are not limited by past definitions. You are not repeating the same patterns simply because they are familiar. You are present, able to respond in a way that fits the moment instead of repeating what has always been. At first, this may feel uncertain, because the mind likes stability in identity. It likes knowing exactly who you are, how you will react, what you will think. But that kind of stability is often rigid, and rigidity creates limitation. True stability is different. It is not about staying the same. It is about staying aware. It is about knowing that no matter how your patterns change, there is something deeper that remains. The observer, the awareness behind the thoughts, the presence that notices everything without being defined by it. That part of you does not change. It has always been there, quiet, steady, untouched by the patterns that come and go. And this is why you can deconstruct your personality without losing yourself. Because you are not the personality. You are the awareness behind it. The personality is something you have developed. The awareness is something you are. And once you understand that, the fear begins to fade. You no longer feel like you are losing identity. You feel like you are refining it, removing what is unnecessary, keeping what is useful, letting go of what creates noise. And over time, what remains is simpler, clearer, more aligned. You are no longer acting from old habits. You are acting from presence. You are no longer reacting from conditioned patterns. You are responding from awareness. And this creates a version of you that is not forced, not constructed to impress, not shaped by fear or expectation, but natural, calm, real, a self that is not defined by past patterns, but guided by present clarity. And that is not a loss, it is a return to something that was always there beneath everything you learned to become. And as the layers of personality begin to loosen, something even more subtle comes into focus, a belief so deeply rooted that it rarely gets questioned. The idea that every emotion you feel is yours. It sounds obvious at first. Of course, your emotions are yours. You feel them, you carry them, you react through them. They seem personal, intimate, tied directly to who you are. But if you look closely, something begins to shift. Not every emotion begins with you, and not every emotion needs to stay with you. There is a quiet illusion the mind creates. It takes whatever arises inside and immediately claims it. My anger, my fear, my sadness. And the moment it adds that label, something happens. The emotion becomes heavier, more fixed, more personal. Ownership creates attachment, and attachment makes it harder to let go. But emotions are not objects you own. They are experiences that pass through you. They are responses, often triggered by thoughts, memories, or external situations. They rise, they move, they change. But the mind, wanting stability, grabs onto them and turns them into identity. It says, "This is mine." And in doing so, it creates a sense of permanence. This is where suffering deepens. Because once you believe an emotion is yours, you begin to protect it, justify it, even defend it. You replay it, you feed it with thoughts, you build stories around it, and what could have passed naturally becomes something that stays. The Stoics saw emotions differently. They did not deny them, they did not suppress them, but they refused to treat them as fixed possessions. They understood that emotions are influenced by perception, by how you interpret events, by what you believe about them, by the meaning you assign. Change the perception, and the emotional response changes as well. This means emotions are not solid, they are flexible. And if they are flexible, they are not something you have to hold on to. Letting go begins with a simple shift in language. Instead of saying, "I am angry," you begin to notice, anger is present. Instead of saying, "I am anxious," you see, anxiety is passing through. This small change creates distance. And in that distance, the emotion loses some of its grip. You are no longer fused with it. You are observing it. This does not remove the feeling immediately, but it changes your relationship with it. You stop feeding it with identity. You stop reinforcing it with ownership. And because of that, it begins to move more freely. Emotions, when not resisted and not held tightly, have a natural rhythm. They rise, they peak, and they fade. But when the mind claims them as mine, it interrupts that rhythm. It keeps the emotion alive longer than necessary. This is why some feelings seem to last for hours, days, even years, not because they are naturally that long-lasting, but because they have been held, repeated, reinforced. Letting go does not mean pushing emotions away. It means allowing them to pass without building a home for them. You feel what you feel. Fully, honestly. But you do not turn it into something permanent. There is also a deeper freedom in this. When you stop identifying with every emotion, you stop being defined by them. You are no longer an angry person or an anxious person. You are someone who experiences anger, someone who experiences anxiety, but those experiences do not define your identity. They come and go, and you remain. This creates stability, because now your sense of self is not changing every time your emotions change. You are not rising and falling with every internal wave. You are steady beneath them. There is also less resistance. When you stop seeing emotions as something you must control or eliminate, they lose their intensity. The struggle disappears. And without struggle, the emotion often softens on its own. You begin to trust the process. You begin to see that emotions do not need to be owned to be experienced. They do not need to be held to be understood. They do not need to be prolonged to be meaningful. And this changes how you move through difficult moments. Instead of clinging, you allow. Instead of resisting, you observe. Instead of identifying, you witness. And over time, this becomes natural. The mind stops grabbing onto every feeling. It stops turning temporary experiences into permanent identities. It becomes lighter, more fluid, more at ease. This is the freedom the Stoics pointed toward, not the absence of emotion, but the absence of attachment to it. You still feel, you still care, you still experience life fully, but you are no longer trapped inside every emotional state. You are not owned by what you feel. You are aware of it, and that awareness creates space, and in that space, something powerful emerges. A sense of calm that does not depend on always feeling good. A sense of clarity that remains even when emotions move. A sense of self that is not tied to what passes through it. And that is what letting go truly means. Not losing your emotions, but no longer losing yourself inside them. And as the grip of emotional ownership begins to loosen, another quiet shift becomes possible. You are no longer pulled by every feeling, no longer defined by every wave that passes through, but there is still something deeper that continues to shape everything. The thoughts themselves, not just the loud ones, but the constant stream running in the background, the quiet commentary, the subtle judgments, the automatic interpretations. And for most people, there is a hidden belief attached to these thoughts, that they must be controlled or replaced. So they try to think positively. They push away negative thoughts. They force better ones. They tell themselves everything is fine, even when it does not feel true. But something about this never fully works, because the mind can sense the effort. It knows when a thought is being forced, and instead of becoming calm, it becomes divided. Part of you is thinking one thing, another part is trying to correct it, and that creates tension. This is where thought neutrality becomes different. The Stoics did not try to replace every negative thought with a positive one. They understood that thoughts are not always within immediate control. They appear often without permission, shaped by habit, memory, and past conditioning. So instead of fighting them, they changed how they related to them. They removed the judgment. A thought appears. Instead of labeling it as good or bad, helpful or harmful, You simply notice it. It is there, nothing more. This may sound simple, but it is powerful. Because the moment you stop judging a thought, you stop feeding it. Most thoughts gain strength, not because they are true, but because they are reacted to. You label them, you argue with them, you try to push them away, and in doing so, you give them attention. Attention is what keeps them alive, but neutrality removes that fuel. You see the thought, but you do not engage with it. You do not follow it, you do not build on it. You let it pass, the same way you would watch a cloud move across the sky. At first, the mind resists this. It wants to do something. It wants to fix the thought, change it, analyze it. But with practice, you begin to see that not every thought requires action. Most of them are simply noise, repetitions of old patterns, echoes of past experiences. They come, they go, and they do not need to be turned into anything. This is where freedom begins, because when you stop reacting to every thought, you stop being controlled by them. You are no longer pulled into long chains of overthinking. You are no longer trapped in loops of worry or self-criticism. You are simply aware, and awareness is quiet. There is also a relief that comes with this. You no longer feel responsible for every thought that appears. You do not blame yourself for thinking something negative. You do not try to force yourself into constant positivity. You accept that the mind produces thoughts just as the body breathes, and not all of them need to be managed. This reduces pressure. It creates space. You begin to experience moments without constant mental interference. And when a useful thought appears, you can engage with it clearly, without distraction, without noise. There is also a deeper shift in how you see yourself. You begin to realize that you are not your thoughts. You are the one noticing them. And that distinction changes everything. Because if you are not your thoughts, then they do not define you. They do not control you. They do not determine your worth or your direction. They are simply passing events in the mind, and you remain separate from them. This separation creates stability. You are no longer carried away by every idea. You are no longer shaken by every internal voice. You are grounded, present, able to observe without being overwhelmed, and this makes your mind more efficient. You spend less time engaging with unnecessary thoughts, less time analyzing things that do not matter, less time creating problems that do not exist. Your attention becomes more focused, more intentional, and with that, your energy is preserved. You begin to move through life with more clarity, not because you have eliminated negative thoughts, but because you have stopped giving them importance. This is the key. Thought neutrality is not about controlling the mind. It is about not being controlled by it. You let thoughts come, you let them go, without turning them into something bigger, without attaching meaning to every single one. And over time the mind becomes quieter, not forced into silence, but naturally settling, because it is no longer being constantly stimulated by reaction. This is where a deeper calm begins, not dependent on thinking positive, not dependent on having the right thoughts, but grounded in the understanding that thoughts themselves are temporary, and you do not need to follow them. You simply need to see them and let them pass. And in that simple act, the mind begins to free itself from its own noise. And what remains is something clearer, something steadier, something real. And as the mind becomes quieter, less reactive to every thought that passes through, another deeper tension begins to reveal itself. Not loud, not obvious, but always present beneath the surface. The need to stay in control, not just of actions, but of outcomes, emotions, people, and situations. A constant inner effort to manage everything, predict everything, secure everything. And underneath that effort, there is something simple: fear. The fear that if control is lost, everything will fall apart. So the mind tightens. It plans more, thinks more, prepares more. It tries to stay ahead of every possibility. It replays conversations, anticipates problems, builds scenarios. Not because it enjoys doing this, but because it believes this is what keeps things safe. But control in this sense is an illusion, because no matter how much you plan, life will still move in its own way. People will act unpredictably, situations will shift, outcomes will change. And the more tightly you try to hold everything, the more tension you create inside. This is where exhaustion begins, because trying to control everything is a task that can never be completed. The Stoics understood this clearly. They did not try to eliminate uncertainty. They did not try to control everything around them. Instead, they practiced something that seems counterintuitive at first: surrender. Not the kind of surrender that gives up, but the kind that sees clearly what cannot be controlled and releases it. This is strategic surrender. It is not weakness. It is precision. You begin by recognizing the difference between what is within your control and what is not. Your actions, your choices, your attention, these are yours. But the behavior of others, the timing of events, the final outcomes, these are not. And once you see that clearly, something shifts. You stop wasting energy on what you cannot hold. You stop trying to force life into a fixed shape. You begin to act fully and release the rest. At first, this feels uncomfortable, because the mind is used to control as a form of safety. Letting go can feel like stepping into uncertainty. But within that uncertainty, there is something else: relief. The tension begins to drop. The constant mental effort begins to soften, because you are no longer trying to manage everything at once. You are focused, clear, present. There is also a change in how you experience fear. Before, fear was something that needed to be avoided or controlled. Now, it becomes something you can move through. You feel it, but you do not let it dictate your actions. You recognize it as a signal, not a command. And because you are no longer resisting uncertainty, fear loses some of its intensity. It no longer feels like a threat. It feels like part of the process. This is where real strength begins to form. Not from controlling everything, but from knowing you can handle what comes, even if it is unexpected. You begin to trust yourself more, not because you can predict every outcome, but because you know you can respond to whatever happens, and that trust replaces the need for control. There is also a deeper calm that comes with this. When you are no longer trying to control every detail, your mind becomes lighter. You are not constantly scanning for what might go wrong. You are not trying to fix things before they even happen. You are simply present, engaged with what is in front of you. And this presence allows you to act more effectively, because now your attention is not divided. It is focused on what actually matters. You respond to situations as they arise, instead of trying to anticipate every possibility. And this makes your actions more precise, more grounded, more aligned. Strategic surrender also changes how you relate to outcomes. You still care, you still put in effort, but you no longer attach your peace to the result. You do what you can, and you allow the rest to unfold. And this creates a kind of freedom that control can never provide. Because control is always fragile. It depends on things staying a certain way. But surrender is stable. It does not depend on anything external. It is a decision, a way of relating to life. And the more you practice this, the more natural it becomes. The urge to control begins to fade. The fear of uncertainty begins to soften. The mind becomes more adaptable, more flexible, more at ease. You begin to move through life without needing everything to be predictable, without needing everything to go your way, without needing to hold everything together. And in that, something powerful emerges, a sense of ease, a sense of flow, a sense of quiet confidence that does not come from controlling life, but from trusting yourself within it. You are no longer holding on tightly. You are not letting go completely. You are simply standing in the middle, acting where you can, releasing where you cannot. And that balance creates strength. Not forced, not rigid, but steady, resilient, unshaken by the constant movement of the world. Because you are no longer trying to control it. You are working with it. And that is where true freedom begins. And as the need to control begins to soften, something deeper comes into focus. Beneath the tension, beneath the overthinking, beneath the constant effort to manage life, there is often a quiet fracture, a loss of trust, not in the world, but in yourself. It does not always show itself clearly. It hides in hesitation, in second-guessing, in the need to ask others before deciding, in the fear of making the wrong move. Over time, you stop relying on your own judgment and begin leaning outward, searching for certainty in places that cannot give it. And slowly, without realizing it, you stop trusting your own mind. This does not happen overnight. It builds over time. Moments where things did not go as planned, decisions that led to regret, times where you ignored your instinct and paid the price, or even times where you followed your instinct and still things fell apart. Each of these leaves a mark, and the mind, trying to protect you, begins to question itself. What if I get it wrong again? What if I cannot rely on myself? So it becomes cautious. It delays decisions. It overanalyzes. It looks for guarantees. But guarantees do not exist, and the more you search for them, the more disconnected you become from your own internal guidance. This is where rebuilding self-trust becomes essential, not as a feeling, but as a practice. The Stoics did not wait to feel confident before trusting themselves. They built trust through action, through consistency, through small, repeated moments of alignment. And this is where it begins, not with big decisions, but with small ones. You start by keeping simple promises to yourself. If you say you will do something, you do it. Even when it is inconvenient, even when you do not feel like it. Because each time you follow through, you send a signal to your mind. I can rely on myself. At first, these signals are small, but they add up. And over time, they begin to rebuild something that was lost. You also begin to simplify your decisions. Instead of trying to predict every outcome, you focus on what is within your control. What is the right action based on what I know right now? Not what will guarantee success, but what aligns with clarity, honesty, and effort. This removes pressure, because now the goal is not perfection. It is alignment, and alignment is something you can actually control. There is also an important shift in how you view mistakes. Before, mistakes may have felt like proof that you could not trust yourself. Each error reinforced doubt. Each wrong move became evidence against you. But this way of thinking keeps trust broken. The Stoic approach is different. Mistakes are not proof of failure. They are part of the process. Information, feedback. You act, you observe the result, you adjust. Without judgment, without turning it into a personal flaw. This changes the relationship completely. You are no longer afraid of being wrong. You are focused on learning, and this makes it easier to act. Because you are not waiting for certainty. You are willing to move forward, knowing you can handle whatever comes next. Another key part of rebuilding self-trust is honesty, not with others, with yourself. You begin to notice when you avoid things you know you should face, when you delay what matters, When you ignore your own standards, and instead of justifying it, you acknowledge it clearly, without harshness, but without excuses, because trust cannot grow in dishonesty, it grows in clarity. The more honest you are with yourself, the more stable your inner foundation becomes. You begin to see yourself clearly, not as perfect, not as broken, just as you are, and from that place, change becomes possible. There is also patience in this process. Self-trust does not return instantly. It is rebuilt slowly, through repetition, through consistency, through showing up again and again in small ways that reinforce reliability. And as this builds, something begins to shift. The hesitation starts to fade. The constant need for reassurance begins to soften. You begin to make decisions more easily, not because you know everything will work out, but because you trust your ability to handle whatever happens. And this is the real foundation. Self-trust is not about predicting the future, it is about trusting your response to it. You begin to feel more grounded, more stable, less dependent on external confirmation. Because you are no longer questioning every step. You are moving, adjusting, learning, and continuing forward. There is also a quiet confidence that comes with this. Not loud, not forced, but steady. You do not need to prove anything. You do not need to overthink every choice. You act, you observe, you refine. And through that process, you build a relationship with yourself that is based on reliability, not perfection. And this relationship becomes your anchor. When things are uncertain, you return to it. When doubt appears, you remind yourself of what you have already done, the moments you followed through, the times you acted with clarity, the decisions you made and handled, and slowly the mind begins to believe again, not in outcomes, but in you. And that changes everything. Because once you trust yourself, you no longer feel lost, even in uncertainty, even in difficulty. You know you can move forward, one step at a time, and that is enough. That is stability, that is strength, and that is where the rebuilding becomes real. And as self-trust begins to rebuild, something else becomes easier to notice. The constant stream of thoughts no longer feels as convincing as it once did. There is a small distance now, enough to see something most people never question. Not every thought is original. In fact, most of them are not. This realization can feel strange at first, because thoughts feel personal. They sound like your voice. They appear inside your mind. They seem to belong to you. But when you slow down and observe carefully, a pattern begins to emerge. The same types of thoughts repeat. The same worries return. The same doubts resurface. Even the same phrases appear, almost word for word, as if they have been recorded somewhere and are simply being replayed. And in many ways, they are. Most thoughts are echoes, echoes of past experiences, echoes of things you were told, echoes of fears that were formed long ago. Echoes of patterns that have been repeated so many times that they now run automatically. The mind is not creating something new every moment. It is recycling, taking old material and playing it again in different forms. And because it sounds familiar, it feels true. But familiarity is not truth. It is repetition. This is why certain thoughts feel so persistent, not because they are important, but because they have been practiced. The mind learns through repetition. The more a thought is repeated, the stronger the pathway becomes. And over time, that pathway becomes the default. So when a situation arises, the mind does not analyze it fresh. It pulls from the past. It echoes what it already knows. This can be useful in some cases, but often it creates unnecessary noise. Old fears applied to new situations. Old judgments applied to present moments. old narratives repeating long after they have stopped being relevant. And without awareness, these echoes begin to shape your reality. You start reacting to patterns, not to what is actually happening. You feel things that belong to the past, not the present. You carry thoughts that no longer serve you, simply because they are familiar. This is where silence becomes important. Not forced silence, not trying to stop thoughts completely, but learning to stop engaging with the echoes. The Stoics understood that you do not need to fight every thought. You need to stop feeding them, because thoughts gain strength through attention. When you engage with them, analyze them, follow them, they grow. When you step back, they weaken. So the practice begins with recognition. A thought appears. Instead of immediately believing it, you pause. You ask yourself, is this new, or is this something I have thought before? And most of the time, the answer becomes clear. It is not new. It is a repeat. And once you see that, the thought loses some of its authority. It is no longer a fresh insight. It is an echo, something the mind is replaying out of habit. This creates distance. And in that distance, you have a choice. You can engage, or you can let it pass. At first, the mind will try to pull you back in. It will present the thought as urgent, important, necessary to solve. But if you remain still, if you do not react, something begins to happen. The thought fades, not instantly, but gradually, like a sound losing its volume, because without attention, it cannot sustain itself. This is how silence is created, not by forcing the mind to stop thinking, but by refusing to participate in unnecessary thought. And over time, the mind begins to change. The constant repetition slows down. The noise becomes less intense. The gaps between thoughts become longer, and in those gaps, something else appears. Clarity, a quieter kind of awareness that is not filled with constant commentary. This clarity allows you to see things as they are, not through the lens of past patterns, not through repeated narratives, but directly, fresh, present. There is also a release that comes with this. You realize you do not need to solve every thought. You do not need to analyze every worry. You do not need to follow every idea to its conclusion. Most of them are just echoes, and echoes do not require action. They require silence. This also changes how you relate to your mind. You stop seeing it as something that needs to be controlled, and start seeing it as something that produces content, some of it useful, much of it repetitive. And you become the one who chooses what to engage with. This creates a new kind of control, not over the thoughts themselves, but over your attention, and attention is where real power lies, because where your attention goes, your energy follows. When you stop giving attention to echoes, you stop feeding them. And when you stop feeding them, they begin to disappear. Not all at once, but gradually, until the mind becomes quieter, more spacious, less crowded with repetition, and in that space, something stronger emerges. Not a new set of thoughts, but a deeper awareness that does not need constant thinking, a presence that is steady, even when thoughts come and go. And this is where true mental silence begins, not in the absence of thought, but in the absence of attachment to it. You hear the echoes, but you do not follow them. You notice the patterns, but you do not repeat them. You remain still, and in that stillness, the noise loses its hold, and what remains is something simple, something clear, something real. And as the echoes begin to fade, something unfamiliar starts to take their place. Not more thoughts, not more noise, but space. At first, it can feel strange, almost too quiet, because for so long the mind has been full of thinking, reacting, planning, remembering. full of something happening at all times. And now, as that activity slows down, there is a gap, a kind of internal emptiness, and the first instinct is to fill it. The mind does not like empty space. It starts searching for something to bring back the familiar noise, a distraction, a thought, a memory, a worry, anything that restores movement. Because stillness, to a mind that is not used to it, can feel uncomfortable, almost like something is missing. But nothing is missing. What you are feeling is not absence. It is the removal of excess. This is where many people turn back. They reach for their phones. They replay old conversations. They create problems that are not there. They fill the silence with something, anything, just to avoid sitting in that space. Because emptiness feels unfamiliar. And unfamiliar feels unsafe. But this is where a deeper shift happens. The Stoics understood that the mind does not need to be constantly occupied to be stable. In fact, constant occupation often hides instability. It keeps the mind busy so it does not have to face itself. But when the noise fades, you are left with something more direct. Yourself, without distraction, without constant input. And that can feel intense at first, because there is nothing to hide behind, no story to follow, no thought to escape into, just presence. And presence can feel empty when you are not used to it. But this emptiness is not a problem. It is a doorway. It is the space where clarity begins. Because when the mind is not filled with unnecessary activity, it becomes more aware, more sensitive, more in tune with what is actually happening, instead of what it is constantly creating. You begin to notice things you missed before, the way your body feels, the way your breath moves, the subtle shifts in your thoughts without being pulled into them. There is a quiet richness in this space, but you can only experience it if you stop trying to fill it. Becoming comfortable with internal emptiness means allowing that space to exist without rushing to change it. You sit with it, you feel it, you let it be. At first there may be discomfort, a sense of restlessness, an urge to move, to think, to do something. But if you stay with it without reacting, that discomfort begins to soften. You realize that the emptiness is not threatening, it is neutral, and within that neutrality there is peace. Not the kind that comes from everything being perfect, but the kind that comes from nothing needing to be added. You begin to see that you do not need constant stimulation to feel complete. You do not need to be thinking all the time. You do not need to be entertained, distracted, or occupied. You can simply be, and that is enough. There is also a release that happens here. You stop chasing. You stop filling your time and mind just to avoid stillness. You stop creating unnecessary activity, and because of that, your energy returns. The constant mental effort drops. The need to keep things going fades, and what remains is something much lighter, a sense of ease. You move through moments without needing to fill them. You sit without needing to reach for something. You exist without needing to add noise. And this changes how you experience life. Moments become fuller, even without activity. Simple things feel clearer. There is less pressure to always be doing something, less urgency to escape silence. You begin to appreciate the space itself, not as emptiness, but as openness, as possibility. Because in that space, you are no longer reacting, you are aware. And awareness does not need constant input. It simply notices. There is also a deeper strength that forms here. When you are comfortable with internal emptiness, you are no longer dependent on external distractions. You are not easily bored. You are not easily restless. You are stable, even when there is nothing happening. And this makes you less reactive, less impulsive, more grounded. Because your state is not dependent on constant stimulation. It is rooted in presence. and presence does not need to be filled. Over time, this becomes natural. The mind stops searching for noise. It stops trying to fill every gap. It becomes comfortable in stillness, and in that stillness, something else becomes clear. You were never incomplete. The constant filling was not adding anything real. It was covering something that was already whole. And now, without the need to fill that space, you begin to feel it. A quiet completeness, not based on activity, not based on thought, but simply there, unforced, uncomplicated, and real. And from that place, the mind no longer fears emptiness. It rests in it, and that rest becomes one of the deepest forms of peace you can experience. And as the mind grows comfortable in that quiet space, something else begins to test it. Not the absence of feeling, but the return of it. Because life does not stop bringing emotion. There will still be moments that stir something deep inside, words that hit harder than expected, situations that pull at old patterns, waves of anger, sadness, frustration, or excitement that rise without warning. And in those moments, the old habit tries to return. Reaction, immediate, automatic, unquestioned. The body tightens, the mind speeds up, and before awareness can fully settle in, the reaction begins. A word is said, a decision is made, a feeling is acted on, and only afterward does the clarity return. This is where discipline becomes essential, not the discipline of suppression, not the discipline of pretending you do not feel, but the discipline of not reacting, even when you feel everything. This is a very different kind of strength, because it requires you to stay present in the middle of intensity, to feel the emotion fully without letting it take control of your actions. And at first, this feels difficult, because the mind has been trained to move with emotion, to follow it, to express it immediately, to release it through reaction. But reaction is not the same as expression. Reaction is automatic, expression is chosen. And the space between those two is where discipline lives. The Stoics practiced this space constantly. They knew that emotions would come. They did not try to stop them, but they refused to let those emotions dictate their behavior. They created a pause, a small gap between feeling and action. And in that gap, they regained control. This pause is the key. When an emotion rises, you do not push it away. You do not deny it. You let it be there. You feel it clearly, but you do not move immediately. You wait, even if it is just for a moment. And in that moment, something changes. The intensity begins to settle. The urgency begins to fade. You begin to see the emotion for what it is, a temporary state, not a command. Not a truth that must be acted on, just a wave passing through. And when you see it that way, you gain choice. You can decide how to respond, not based on the intensity of the feeling, but based on clarity. This does not make you passive. It makes you precise. You are still fully aware of what you feel, but you are no longer driven by it. There is also a deeper understanding that develops here. You begin to see that reacting does not always resolve the emotion. In many cases, it extends it. You react in anger, and the situation escalates. You react in fear, and the mind creates more reasons to be afraid. You react in frustration, and the tension continues. But when you do not react immediately, the emotion often loses its force. It passes, without leaving a trail of consequences. This saves you from unnecessary conflict, unnecessary regret, unnecessary complexity. You begin to move through situations with more control, not by controlling the outside, but by controlling your response. And this creates a kind of power that is quiet, but very strong. You are no longer predictable. You are no longer easily triggered. You are not reacting out of habit, you are choosing. There is also a sense of stability that comes with this, because now your actions are not changing every time your emotions change. They are grounded in something deeper: awareness, clarity, intention. And this makes your behavior more consistent, more reliable, more aligned with who you want to be. Over time, this becomes natural. The pause becomes automatic. The urge to react weakens. The mind becomes less impulsive, more steady. You begin to trust yourself in emotional moments, not because you do not feel, but because you know you can feel without losing control. And this trust builds confidence, not the kind that depends on always being calm, but the kind that comes from knowing you can handle intensity without being overwhelmed by it. You can sit with discomfort. You can hold strong emotions without acting on them immediately. You can stay present, even when everything inside feels active. And that is real discipline, not forcing yourself to be emotionless, but learning to remain grounded while feeling everything. This changes how you experience life. You are no longer carried away by every emotional wave. You are no longer reacting to every trigger. You are steady, aware, in control of your actions, even when your internal world is moving. And this creates a deeper kind of freedom, because now nothing external can easily control you through emotion. No situation can force a reaction out of you. No moment can push you into behavior you did not choose. You remain centered, not because life is always calm, but because you have learned how to stay calm within it. And from that place, your actions become clearer, your decisions become stronger, your presence becomes more grounded, and the more you practice this, the more natural it becomes. Until one day, you notice something simple. You still feel everything, but you are no longer controlled by it. And that is where true mastery begins. And as you begin to hold your reactions with more discipline, another pattern starts to reveal itself quietly beneath the surface. A habit so automatic that it often feels like truth. The habit of making everything about you. It does not always appear in obvious ways. Sometimes it shows up as offense. A comment feels like an attack. A silence feels like rejection. A delay feels like disrespect. And without even realizing it, the mind begins to build a story. They meant this. They are thinking that. This is about me. And just like that, a simple moment becomes heavy. Because once something feels personal, emotion follows. But here is what most people never stop to see. Not everything is about you. In fact, most things are not. People act from their own thoughts, their own fears, their own distractions, their own limitations. Their words, their tone, their behavior often reflect their internal state, not your value. But the mind, trained by years of habit, immediately connects everything back to itself. It interprets, it assumes, it personalizes. And this creates unnecessary suffering, because now you are reacting not just to what happened, but to the meaning you have added to it. The Stoics understood this clearly. They saw that the moment you interpret something as personal, you give it power over your inner state. You turn a neutral event into an emotional one. You create weight where there may have been none. So they practiced something simple. They removed the interpretation, not by ignoring reality, but by seeing it without adding themselves into it. A person does not respond to your message. Instead of assuming rejection, you see the fact. They did not respond. Nothing more. A person speaks in a certain tone. Instead of assuming disrespect, you see the fact. That is how they spoke. The story is optional. And once you begin to see that clearly, something changes. You stop reacting to imagined meanings. You start responding to actual events. This creates space, because now your emotions are not being triggered by every interpretation. They are grounded in what is real. At first, this requires awareness. Because the habit is strong, the mind moves quickly. It fills in gaps without asking. It connects things back to you automatically. So the practice begins with noticing. A reaction appears. You pause. You ask, what actually happened? And what am I adding to it? And often the difference becomes clear. There is the event, and then there is the story. And the story is what creates the emotional weight. When you stop feeding the story, the weight begins to drop. This does not mean you become indifferent. It means you become accurate. You are still aware, still present, but not adding unnecessary meaning. There is also a deeper freedom in this. You stop carrying things that were never yours. You stop taking responsibility for other people's moods. You stop internalizing behavior that has nothing to do with you. And this lightens your mental load. Because now you are only dealing with what actually belongs to you. Your actions, your responses, your choices, not the endless interpretations of others. This also changes how you move through relationships. You become less reactive, less defensive, more open, because you are not constantly assuming negative intent. You give space. You allow people to be as they are, without immediately turning it into something personal. And this reduces conflict, because many conflicts are not caused by what actually happened. They are caused by how it was interpreted. By removing the personal layer, you remove much of the tension. There is also a quiet confidence that develops here. When you stop interpreting everything personally, you stop seeking constant reassurance. You stop needing every interaction to confirm your value. You stop being affected by every small shift in how others behave. Because your sense of self is no longer tied to those interpretations. It is stable, independent, grounded. And this makes you less vulnerable to emotional swings, less affected by opinions, less disturbed by situations that used to trigger you. You begin to move through life with more ease, because you are no longer carrying unnecessary weight. You are not turning every moment into a reflection of yourself. You are allowing things to be as they are, and responding from clarity, not assumption. Over time, this becomes natural. The mind stops jumping to conclusions. It stops making everything about you. It becomes quieter, more precise, more aligned with reality. And this changes your experience completely. You see things more clearly. You react less. You carry less emotional burden. And you begin to notice something simple. Life feels lighter. Not because everything is perfect, but because you are no longer adding unnecessary meaning to it. And that is where a deeper kind of peace begins. A peace that comes not from controlling others, but from no longer turning everything into something personal. And as you begin to stop taking everything personally, another layer of calm starts to form. You are no longer reacting to every assumption, no longer pulled by every interpretation. But there is still one pattern that tries to rush you back into old habits. The feeling of urgency, not real urgency, emotional urgency. It shows up quietly but powerfully. A sudden need to respond, to fix something immediately, to say something now before it is too late, to act quickly before the feeling fades or grows stronger. It creates pressure in the body, speed in the mind, and a sense that something must be done right away. And most of the time, that urgency is not real. It is emotional, but it feels real. Because the mind has learned to treat intensity as importance. When something feels strong, it assumes it must be handled immediately. When an emotion rises quickly, it pushes for instant action. And without awareness, you follow that push. You send the message, you make the decision, you react. and only later do you realize it did not need to be done that way. This is how unnecessary mistakes happen, not because you lack intelligence, but because you acted too fast under emotional pressure. The Stoics trained themselves to break this pattern. They learned to pause, to slow down the moment when everything inside was speeding up. Not to delay action forever, but to remove the urgency from it. This is where deliberate stillness begins. When an emotional wave rises, instead of moving with it, you stop. You breathe. You feel the intensity without letting it push you. At first, this feels unnatural because the mind is used to responding immediately. It tells you that waiting is dangerous, that if you do not act now, something will be lost. But this is rarely true. Most situations do not require instant reaction. They require clear response. And clarity cannot exist in urgency. Urgency narrows your vision. It makes everything feel more extreme, more important, more immediate than it actually is. But stillness expands your awareness. It allows you to see the situation fully, without distortion, without pressure. This is why the pause is so powerful. Even a few seconds can change everything. In that pause, the emotion begins to settle, the intensity drops, the mind slows down, and what felt urgent begins to feel manageable. You begin to see that you have time to think, time to choose, time to respond, instead of react. There is also a deeper shift that happens here. You stop being controlled by emotional timing. Before, your actions were dictated by how fast the emotion moved. Now, your actions are guided by your own pace. You decide when to act, not the emotion. And this creates control, not over the situation, but over yourself. You are no longer rushed, no longer pushed, no longer reacting under pressure. You are steady, intentional, calm. There is also less regret, because when you act from stillness, your actions are clearer. You are not saying things you do not mean. You are not making decisions you later question. You are aligned, and alignment reduces conflict, both internally and externally. Over time, this becomes a habit. The moment urgency appears, you recognize it, not as a signal to act immediately, but as a signal to pause. And this changes your entire rhythm. Life no longer feels rushed. You are not constantly reacting to every moment. You are moving through it with awareness, with space, with control over your timing. This also affects how others experience you. You become someone who is not easily pressured, not easily triggered, not easily rushed into decisions. You respond when you are ready, not when the moment demands it. And this creates a kind of presence that feels stable, reliable, grounded, because you are not moving with emotional speed. You are moving with deliberate stillness. And this does not slow you down in a negative way. It makes you more effective, because now your actions are precise, not rushed. Your decisions are clear, not reactive. Your responses are thoughtful, not impulsive. And this creates better outcomes, not by controlling everything, but by removing unnecessary urgency. You begin to trust that not everything needs to be done immediately, that most things can wait. That clarity is more important than speed, and this trust allows you to relax. Even in moments that used to feel intense, you feel the emotion, but you do not move with it. You stay, you observe, you wait. And then, when the moment is right, you act from clarity, from calm, from awareness. And the more you practice this, the more natural it becomes. Until one day, you notice something simple. The situations that used to rush you no longer do. The emotions that used to push you no longer control you. You are steady, unhurried, in control of your response. And in that stillness there is power, not loud, not forceful, but precise and deeply effective. Because you are no longer reacting to urgency, you are choosing your moment, and that changes everything. And as deliberate stillness begins to replace urgency, another quiet shift becomes possible. You are no longer rushing, no longer reacting without pause. There is space now. And in that space, you begin to notice something subtle. You are not only experiencing your thoughts and emotions, you are also watching them. This realization changes everything, because for most of life, people live as participants inside their minds. Every thought feels personal. Every emotion feels like something to act on. Every reaction feels like something that must be followed. There is no distance, no separation, just constant involvement. And that involvement creates entanglement. You get pulled into every thought, carried by every feeling, moved by every internal shift. Without even noticing it, you become whatever is happening inside you in that moment. But there is another way to exist, not outside your life, but within it, with awareness. As an observer, this does not mean you stop living. It means you stop being consumed. The Stoics practiced this deeply. They trained themselves to step back internally, even while remaining fully present, to see their thoughts as events, not commands, to see their emotions as movements, not identities, to create a quiet distance between what is happening and who they are. And that distance creates freedom. When you begin to view yourself as the observer, something shifts immediately. A thought appears. Instead of becoming it, you notice it. An emotion rises. Instead of reacting to it, you watch it. A situation unfolds. Instead of being pulled into it automatically, you remain aware of your response. This does not remove the experience. It changes your relationship to it. You are still there, still feeling, still aware, but not entangled. There is space between you and what is happening. And in that space you regain control. At first, this may feel unfamiliar, because the mind is used to being fully involved. It wants to jump in, to react, to engage immediately. But when you begin to observe, you interrupt that pattern. You slow it down. You create a moment where you can see clearly what is happening, what is the thought, what is the emotion, and most importantly, do I need to follow this? This question alone changes everything, because not everything needs to be followed. Most thoughts do not require action. Most emotions do not require reaction. They simply need to be seen and allowed to pass. This is where the observer becomes powerful. You begin to see patterns that were invisible before, reactions that repeat, thoughts that return, emotions that rise in similar ways. And instead of being controlled by them, you begin to understand them. You see how they move, how they form, how they fade. And this understanding creates detachment. Not coldness, not distance from life, but freedom from being controlled by every internal movement. There is also a calm that comes with this, because now you are not overwhelmed by everything that happens inside you. You are watching it. You are aware of it, but you are not lost in it. This makes your mind quieter, not because thoughts disappear, but because they no longer pull you in. They come, they go, and you remain. There is also a deeper sense of identity that forms here. When you are constantly participating in your thoughts and emotions, your identity shifts with them. You feel different based on what is happening internally. But when you become the observer, your identity becomes stable, because you are no longer defined by what passes through you. You are the one who notices it, and that part of you does not change. Thoughts change, emotions change, situations change, but the observer remains steady, present, unaffected at a deeper level. This creates a foundation, a place you can return to when things feel overwhelming. Instead of being pulled into the storm, you step back and watch it. And from that place, you can respond clearly. Not from reaction, but from awareness. This also changes how you move through difficult moments. Instead of asking, "Why is this happening to me?" you begin to notice, "This is happening," without adding yourself into it, without turning it into something personal, without building a story around it. And this removes a lot of unnecessary suffering, because you are no longer adding layers to the experience. You are simply seeing it as it is, and responding when needed. Over time, this becomes natural. You begin to live with a quiet awareness in the background, always observing, always present. Even while you are fully engaged in life, you are not detached from living. You are detached from being controlled, and that is the difference. You still act, you still care, you still experience everything, but you are not consumed. You are aware. And that awareness creates freedom. A freedom that does not depend on circumstances. A freedom that does not require everything to be perfect. A freedom that comes from knowing that no matter what happens inside or outside, there is a part of you that remains untouched. Watching, steady, present. And that is where true control begins. Not by forcing the mind, but by stepping back from it and simply seeing. And as you begin to live more as the observer, something deeper starts to settle within you. You are no longer pulled into every thought, no longer reacting to every emotion, no longer losing yourself in every situation. There is space now, and in that space, a new kind of strength begins to form. A quiet detachment. Not from life, but from being controlled by it. Because the truth is, the outside world will never stop moving. There will always be noise, pressure, unpredictability, conflict, change. Situations will shift without warning. People will act in ways you cannot control. Circumstances will unfold in ways you did not expect. And most people try to manage this by controlling the outside. They try to fix everything, prevent everything, predict everything. But this creates constant tension, because the outside is not yours to control. So the Stoics turned inward. They built a different kind of stability, one that does not depend on what is happening outside. This is inner detachment. It does not mean you stop caring. It means you stop being affected at your core by things you cannot control. At first, this can feel misunderstood. It can seem like distance, like coldness, like indifference. But it is none of those things. It is clarity. You still see what is happening. You still understand the situation. You still take action where it is needed. But you are no longer emotionally entangled in every outcome. You are no longer pulled into every reaction. You remain steady. There is a shift in where you place your center. Before, your center may have been outside, in how things go, in how people respond, in how situations unfold. And because those things change, your state changed with them. But now, your center moves inward, into awareness, into control over your own responses, into something stable. And once your center is inside, the outside loses its ability to disturb you deeply. This does not mean nothing affects you. It means nothing controls you. There is a difference. You can experience difficulty without losing your balance. You can face chaos without becoming chaotic. You can move through uncertainty without becoming unstable. And this creates a kind of freedom that most people never experience, because you are no longer dependent on the world being calm in order to feel calm. You carry that calm with you. This is what makes external chaos irrelevant, not because it disappears, but because it no longer determines your inner state. You begin to see situations differently. Instead of reacting to everything that happens, you evaluate. What is within my control? What is not? What requires action? What can be left alone? And this simplifies everything, because now you are not trying to manage the entire situation. You are focusing only on your part, your response, your behavior, your choices. And this removes a huge amount of mental pressure. You stop trying to fix what you cannot fix. You stop worrying about what you cannot change. You stop being affected by things that were never yours to carry. And because of that, your mind becomes lighter, more focused, more stable. There is also a resilience that develops here. When your stability is internal, it is not easily shaken. Unexpected events do not break you. Difficult people do not control you. Changing circumstances do not overwhelm you. Because your foundation is not outside, it is within, and that foundation remains, no matter what is happening around you. This also changes how others experience you. You become someone who is not easily disturbed, not easily pulled into drama, not easily shaken by chaos. You remain grounded, calm, clear, even when everything around you is moving, and this creates a presence that feels strong, not because you are forcing control, but because you are not losing it. There is also a deeper peace that comes with this. You are no longer waiting for life to settle before you feel stable. You are no longer depending on perfect conditions to feel calm. You are at ease, even when things are not ideal. Because your state is not tied to those conditions, it is rooted in something deeper: awareness, acceptance, control over your own response, and over time, this becomes natural. The mind stops reacting to every external change. It stops being disturbed by every situation. It becomes steady, consistent, grounded. You move through life with a quiet confidence, not because everything is going your way, but because you know that no matter what happens, you will remain stable. And that is what makes chaos lose its power. Not the absence of chaos, but the presence of inner detachment, a state where the outside can move as it will, and you remain exactly where you need to be, centered, unshaken, free. And as that inner detachment begins to hold steady, another pressure quietly loses its grip. Not something outside, but something that has been shaping your thoughts for years. Time, not the clock itself, but the way the mind relates to it. Because for most people, time is not experienced as a neutral flow. It becomes pressure. It becomes comparison. It becomes something that is always running ahead or falling behind. And without noticing it, the mind turns time into a source of anxiety. There is always something to catch up to, something that should have been done earlier, something that needs to happen soon, and because of that, the present moment is rarely enough. It is either being rushed or judged. The mind lives in what has passed, replaying it, wishing it had been different, or it lives in what is coming, trying to predict it, control it, prepare for it. And in both cases, it is not here. And when you are not here, anxiety grows, because the past cannot be changed, and the future cannot be fully controlled. So the mind sits between the two, trying to manage both, and in doing so, it creates tension, constant tension. The Stoics saw this clearly. They understood that time itself is not the problem. It is the way the mind divides it. Past, future, expectation, regret, and in that division, peace is lost. So they practiced something simple but powerful. They returned to the present, not as an idea, but as a discipline. Because the present is the only place where action is possible. the only place where clarity exists, the only place where life is actually happening. Rewriting your relationship with time begins with seeing this clearly. The past is memory. The future is projection. Only this moment is real. And when the mind begins to understand that, something shifts. You stop trying to solve the past. You stop trying to control the future. You begin to focus on what is in front of you. And this reduces anxiety immediately, because anxiety feeds on what is not here, on what might happen, on what should have happened. But when your attention returns to what is happening now, the mind becomes quieter, more grounded, more stable. There is also a change in how you see progress. Before, time may have felt like something you are racing against. You compare yourself to others. You measure where you should be. You feel behind or pressured or uncertain. But when you shift your focus to the present, that comparison begins to fade. Because now, the only question is simple. What can I do right now? Not what should I have done years ago. Not where should I be by now. Just this moment, this step. And this simplifies everything, because instead of carrying the weight of your entire timeline, you are dealing with one moment at a time. And that is manageable. There is also a release from regret. When you stop living in the past, you stop replaying things that cannot be changed. You stop punishing yourself for what has already happened. You begin to see those moments as completed, closed, not something to carry forward endlessly. This does not erase the past. It frees you from being trapped in it. And with that, your energy returns. You are no longer spending it on what is gone. You are using it on what is here. There is also a softening around the future. Instead of trying to predict everything, you begin to trust your ability to respond when the time comes. You prepare where necessary. But you do not obsess. You do not try to control every possible outcome. And this reduces the constant background tension, because you are no longer trying to live in a moment that has not arrived. You are here, fully. And that changes how time feels. It no longer feels like something you are chasing, or something chasing you. It becomes something you move with, naturally, without resistance. There is also a deeper calm that forms here. When your attention is not divided between past and future, the present becomes clearer, richer, more detailed. You notice things you missed before. You experience moments more fully. You are not rushing through them or pulling away from them. You are in them. And this creates a sense of completeness, not because everything is perfect, but because nothing is being avoided. You are present with what is. And that presence removes anxiety at its root, because anxiety cannot exist fully in the present moment. It requires projection. It requires imagination. It requires the mind to move away from what is actually happening. And when you bring it back again and again, that pattern begins to weaken. Over time, this becomes natural. The mind stops jumping constantly between past and future. It settles. It focuses, it becomes steady. You begin to feel time differently, not as pressure, but as flow. Not as something to manage, but as something to experience. And this changes everything. You are no longer overwhelmed by what has been or what might be. You are grounded in what is. And from that place your actions become clearer, your mind becomes quieter. Your experience becomes lighter, because you are no longer divided across time. You are here, and here is enough. And as your relationship with time begins to settle, something even deeper starts to loosen. Not just how you think, but who you believe you are. Identity, not your name, not your role, not your responsibilities, but the inner definition you carry about yourself. The quiet statements that shape your behavior. I am this kind of person. I am not that kind of person. This is just how I am. And without noticing it, these definitions begin to limit you. They become invisible boundaries, because once the mind decides who you are, it starts protecting that idea. It repeats the same behaviors. It reacts in the same ways. It avoids anything that does not match the identity it has built. And over time, that identity becomes rigid, predictable, fixed. It feels stable, but it is not. Because anything that can be shaken by change, challenged by new situations, or broken by failure is not true strength. It is attachment. The Stoics understood this deeply. They did not build their strength on identity. They built it on awareness. Because identity can be fragile. If you define yourself by success, failure will shake you. If you define yourself by being strong, moments of weakness will confuse you. If you define yourself by being liked, rejection will disturb you. But when you let go of rigid identity, something changes. You are no longer confined to one version of yourself. You are no longer trying to protect an image. You are simply present, responding to life as it is. And this creates a strength that is flexible, not rigid, not dependent, but adaptable. Letting go of identity does not mean losing yourself. It means releasing the need to define yourself in fixed ways. Because the truth is, you are not static. You are not one thing. You are constantly changing, learning, adjusting. And when you try to hold on to a fixed identity, you resist that natural movement. You create tension. You limit growth. You force yourself into patterns that may no longer fit. But when you release that need, you become open. Open to change. Open to new responses. Open to becoming something different when the moment requires it. This is where unshakable strength begins, because now nothing can easily disrupt your sense of self. You are not tied to a specific outcome. You are not tied to a specific role. You are not tied to a specific version of who you think you should be. You are grounded in something deeper, awareness, presence, clarity. And those do not break under pressure. There is also a freedom that comes with this. You stop needing to prove who you are. You stop defending your image. You stop explaining yourself constantly, because you are no longer trying to maintain a fixed identity. You are simply acting in alignment with what is right in the moment. And this removes a lot of pressure, because maintaining an identity is exhausting. It requires constant effort, constant reinforcement, constant protection. But when you let it go, that effort disappears. You move more naturally, more honestly, more freely. There is also less fear, because fear often comes from the risk of losing identity. What if I fail? What if I am not who I thought I was? What if others see me differently? But when you are not attached to a fixed identity, these questions lose their weight. Failure becomes experience. Change becomes natural. Opinions become less important, because your sense of self is not built on those things. It is grounded in something more stable, the ability to respond, the ability to adapt, the ability to remain present no matter what changes. This is what makes strength unshakable, not because nothing challenges you, but because nothing defines you in a way that can be broken. You are not holding on to a fixed image. You are moving with awareness. And this makes you resilient, flexible, stable in a deeper way. Over time, this becomes natural. The need to define yourself fades. The need to protect an identity weakens. You become more comfortable with change, more open to growth, more aligned with reality. And in that, something powerful emerges. A sense of self that is not fixed, but grounded, not rigid, but steady, not defined by labels, but guided by awareness. And this changes how you move through life. You are no longer trying to be a certain person. You are simply responding with clarity in each moment, without attachment, without fear of losing yourself, because you understand something clearly now. You were never the identity. You were the awareness behind it, and that awareness cannot be shaken, no matter what changes, no matter what happens. It remains steady, present, free, and that is where true strength lives. And as identity begins to loosen its grip, something else naturally starts to simplify. Not your life on the outside, but your experience on the inside. Because once you stop defining yourself through fixed roles, you also stop carrying emotions that were tied to those roles. And what remains is quieter, lighter, more precise. This is where emotional minimalism begins, not the absence of emotion, but the removal of excess. Most people do not realize how much emotional weight they carry that is not necessary. Small frustrations that are extended for hours, minor disappointments that are turned into personal narratives, passing moods that are held onto as if they need to be analyzed, justified, or solved. And all of this creates noise, not because the emotions themselves are wrong, but because they are being prolonged, expanded, repeated. The Stoics approached emotion differently. They allowed it, but they did not decorate it. They did not add extra meaning. They did not build stories around it. They experienced what was there, and then they let it pass. This is emotional minimalism. You feel what you feel, but you do not add to it. A moment of irritation stays a moment. It does not become a chain of thoughts, a list of complaints, a narrative about how things always go wrong. A feeling of sadness is allowed, but it is not turned into identity, not stretched into something permanent. It moves, and then it fades. This reduces emotional weight dramatically, because most of the heaviness people feel is not from the original emotion. It is from what is added afterward. The thoughts, the stories, the repetition. When you remove that, emotions become simpler, cleaner. They pass through without leaving unnecessary residue. There is also a shift in how you respond to situations. Before, small things may have triggered large reactions. A comment, a delay, a minor inconvenience, and the mind would expand it, turn it into something bigger than it is. But with emotional minimalism, you begin to match your response to the actual situation, not to the story around it. This creates balance. You are no longer overreacting, no longer underreacting. You are responding proportionately. And that brings stability. There is also less exhaustion, because carrying extended emotional states requires energy. Holding on to frustration, replaying conversations, staying in a certain mood for long periods of time, all of this drains you. But when emotions are allowed to move naturally, that energy is preserved. You feel, and then you release. And that keeps your mind lighter, more clear, more focused. Emotional minimalism also changes your relationship with intensity. You stop chasing emotional highs. You stop resisting emotional lows. You begin to appreciate a steady state, a calm baseline. Not because it is exciting, but because it is stable. And stability allows for clarity. You can think more clearly, act more precisely, move through life without constant emotional interference. This does not make life dull. It makes it grounded. You still experience joy, still feel connection, still care, but without excess, without exaggeration, without unnecessary attachment. There is also a deeper awareness that develops. You begin to notice when the mind is trying to add to an emotion, to extend it, to build on it. And instead of following that pattern, you stop. You return to the original feeling, and you let it pass. This becomes a habit, a way of being. where emotions are experienced fully, but not prolonged unnecessarily. And over time, your inner world becomes quieter, less crowded, less reactive, more stable. You are no longer carrying multiple emotional states at once, no longer stacking one feeling on top of another. You are present with what is there, and then you move on. This creates space, and in that space, something else grows. Clarity, because without excess emotion, you can see situations more clearly. You can respond without distortion. You can make decisions without being pulled in different directions. And this improves everything. Your actions become more aligned. Your relationships become less reactive. Your experience becomes lighter. There is also a quiet confidence that comes with this. You trust your ability to handle emotions without being overwhelmed by them. You know they will come. You know they will pass. And you do not need to hold on to them longer than necessary. This reduces fear. Because you are no longer afraid of what you feel, you are comfortable with it. You experience it, and then you release it. And this creates freedom, not from emotion, but from being controlled by it. Over time, this becomes natural. The mind stops adding unnecessary layers. It stops extending what does not need to be extended. It becomes efficient, precise, calm, and you begin to notice something simple. Life feels lighter, not because nothing happens, but because you are no longer carrying more than what is actually there. And that is the essence of emotional minimalism. Feeling fully, but only carrying what is real, and nothing more. And as emotional weight begins to fall away, something even more subtle starts to quiet down. Not just the intensity of what you feel, but the constant need to name it, to label it, to judge it. The mind has been trained to do this automatically. Every experience is quickly categorized. This is good. This is bad. This should not be happening. This is unfair. This is right. This is wrong. And within seconds, a simple moment becomes something heavier. Because once something is labeled, it is no longer just experienced. It is interpreted. And interpretation adds tension. Without even noticing it, the mind turns every moment into a verdict. A decision about how it should be, how it should feel, what it means. And from that judgment, reactions begin to form. If something is labeled as bad, resistance follows. If something is labeled as good, attachment follows, and both create instability. The Stoics saw this clearly. They understood that events themselves are neutral. It is the judgment placed on them that creates disturbance. So instead of immediately labeling what happens, they practiced something different. They allowed the experience to exist without naming it. This is where a deeper kind of calm begins. Because when you remove labels, you remove the immediate reaction. A sensation arises. Instead of calling it discomfort, you simply feel it. A situation unfolds. Instead of calling it unfair, you simply observe it. A thought appears. Instead of calling it negative, you simply notice it. And in that simplicity, something shifts. The experience becomes lighter, more direct, more real, because it is no longer filtered through judgment. At first, this can feel unusual, because the mind is used to labeling everything. It wants to understand, categorize, define. It feels like it is losing control when it cannot name something immediately, but what it is actually losing is distortion, because labels are not always accurate. They are often based on habit, past experience, or emotional state. And when you rely on them automatically, you stop seeing things clearly. You see them through what you expect, through what you believe, through what you fear. But when you remove labels, you see what is actually there, without adding anything. And this creates clarity. There is also less resistance. When you stop calling something bad, you stop fighting it. When you stop calling something unfair, you stop building tension around it. You allow it to exist, and in that allowance, the experience becomes easier to move through. Not because it changes, but because you are no longer adding pressure to it. There is also less attachment. When you stop labeling something as good, you stop clinging to it. You enjoy it, you experience it. But you do not depend on it staying, and this creates balance. You are not pulled by desire, not pushed by resistance. You are steady, present. There is also a deeper awareness that develops here. You begin to notice how quickly the mind tries to judge, how it jumps to conclusions, how it creates meaning before fully seeing the situation. And once you notice this, you can slow it down. You can pause before labeling. You can give yourself a moment to simply observe. And in that moment, something changes. The experience becomes clearer, less emotional, less reactive, more grounded. This also affects how you relate to yourself. You stop labeling your thoughts as wrong. You stop judging your emotions as something that should not be there. You become more accepting, not passive, but understanding. You allow your internal experience to exist without turning it into a problem. And this reduces inner conflict, because you are no longer fighting yourself. You are observing, allowing, letting things move without interference. Over time, this becomes natural. The mind stops rushing to label everything. It becomes quieter, more open, more flexible. You begin to experience life more directly, without constant interpretation, without immediate judgment. And this changes everything. Moments feel simpler, situations feel less overwhelming. Your responses become more precise, because they are not based on automatic labels. They are based on what is actually happening, and this creates freedom. Freedom from unnecessary reaction. Freedom from mental distortion. Freedom from the constant need to define everything. You begin to move through life with a kind of ease, not because everything is perfect, but because you are no longer adding unnecessary meaning to it. You are simply experiencing it as it is, without labels, without judgment. And in that simplicity, there is peace, a quiet, steady peace that does not depend on how things are named, but on how clearly they are seen. And that clarity changes how everything feels. Lighter, simpler, real. And as the need to label and judge begins to fade, something deeper starts to calm down. Not just how you see the world, but how you experience yourself. Because beneath all the reactions, beneath the thoughts, beneath the emotions, there is often something constant. Inner conflict. A quiet tension between what you feel and what you think you should feel. Between what you want and what you believe is right. Between one thought and another that disagrees with it. And this conflict can be exhausting. It feels like being pulled in two directions at once. One part of you says move forward. Another part says hold back. One part feels calm. Another part feels restless. And the mind tries to resolve it by choosing a side, by pushing one part away and holding on to the other. But this only creates more tension, because the part you push away does not disappear. It stays, it resists, and the conflict continues. The Stoics saw this pattern clearly. They understood that the problem is not that conflict exists. The problem is how the mind reacts to it. Most people try to eliminate conflict by force. They try to control their thoughts, suppress their feelings, choose one side and ignore the other. But this creates resistance, and resistance keeps the conflict alive. So instead of trying to resolve it immediately, they practiced something different. They stepped back. They allowed both sides to exist, without choosing, without judging, without trying to fix it. This is neutral awareness. You notice the conflict, you feel the tension, but you do not engage with it. You do not try to solve it in that moment. You simply observe it. At first, this can feel uncomfortable, because the mind wants resolution. It wants clarity. It wants a clear answer. But not all conflict needs to be solved immediately. Some of it needs to be seen clearly first. When you step into neutral awareness, something begins to change. The intensity of the conflict starts to soften because you are no longer feeding it. You are no longer adding thoughts to it. You are no longer trying to control it. You are simply watching it. And in that watching, space is created. The two sides no longer feel like they are fighting. They are simply present. And without resistance, the tension begins to dissolve on its own. There is also a deeper understanding that emerges. You begin to see that both sides of the conflict are just thoughts, just perspectives, not absolute truths. They are temporary. They arise, they interact, and they pass. But when you identify with one side, you create division, you create attachment, and that keeps the conflict active. When you step back, you remove that attachment. You are no longer inside the conflict. You are observing it, and this changes your experience completely. You are no longer being pulled back and forth. You are steady, watching the movement without being moved by it. This creates clarity. Because when the mind is not caught in conflict, it can see more clearly. You begin to understand what each side is expressing, what it is trying to protect, what it is reacting to. And from that understanding, a natural resolution often appears, not forced, not rushed, but clear and aligned. There is also a sense of relief, because you are no longer trying to control everything inside you. You are not fighting your own thoughts. You are not resisting your own feelings. You are allowing them to exist, and this removes a huge amount of pressure. The mind becomes lighter, more open, more at ease. You begin to trust that not every internal tension needs immediate action, that some things resolve naturally when given space. And this builds patience, a deeper kind of patience, not waiting out of frustration, but allowing out of understanding. Over time, this becomes natural. When conflict arises, you do not panic, you do not rush to fix it. You step back, you observe, you allow, and in doing so, you transform the experience. What used to feel overwhelming now feels manageable. What used to feel chaotic now feels clear, because you are no longer inside the conflict. You are aware of it, and that awareness changes everything. You begin to see that conflict is not something that defines you. It is something that passes through you. And when you stop identifying with it, it loses its power. You are no longer divided. You are whole. Not because everything inside you agrees, but because you are not attached to any single part. You are present, steady, neutral, and from that place clarity naturally emerges, without force, without struggle, without conflict. And that is the shift, from fighting yourself to simply observing. And in that observation, everything begins to settle into something quieter, something clearer, something whole. And as inner conflict begins to settle into quiet awareness, another challenge rises into view. Not a loud one, not dramatic, but persistent. Discomfort, not just physical discomfort, but the kind that shows up in the mind. Restlessness, unease, the urge to move, to distract, to escape. That subtle feeling that something is off, even when nothing is actually wrong. And almost immediately the habit begins to leave, to check something, to think about something else, to fill the space, because discomfort feels like something that must be removed. But what if it doesn't need to be removed? What if it only needs to be felt? Most people never learn how to sit with discomfort. They learn how to avoid it. From a young age, the mind is trained to move away from anything that feels unpleasant. If something feels uncomfortable, the instinct is to fix it, change it, or distract from it. And over time, this becomes automatic. The moment discomfort appears, escape follows. But this creates a pattern, a dependency. Because now, the mind believes it cannot handle discomfort. It believes it must always do something to get rid of it. And this limits you, because life will always bring moments that feel uncomfortable, uncertainty, waiting, silence, difficult conversations, moments where there is nothing to do but sit and feel. And if you cannot sit with those moments, you will always be trying to escape them. The Stoics practiced something different. They stayed, not because they enjoyed discomfort, but because they understood that avoiding it gives it power, and facing it removes that power. The discipline of sitting with discomfort is simple, but not easy. When the feeling arises, you do nothing. You do not distract yourself. You do not reach for something. You do not try to change the feeling. You stay. You feel it fully, without adding anything. At first, this can feel intense. The mind will resist. It will try to pull you away. It will tell you that you should be doing something, that this feeling needs to go. But if you remain still, something begins to change. The discomfort starts to shift. You notice that it is not constant. It moves. It rises and falls. It changes in intensity. And most importantly, it does not last forever. This is what the mind never learns when it keeps escaping. That discomfort is temporary, that it can be felt without being acted on, that it passes on its own, and once you see this clearly, the fear of it begins to fade. You no longer see discomfort as something you must avoid. You see it as something you can handle. There is also a deeper strength that forms here. When you can sit with discomfort, you are no longer controlled by it. You are not easily pushed into action. You are not driven by the need to escape. You are steady, present, able to remain where you are, even when it is not comfortable. And this changes how you move through life. You become more patient, more grounded, less reactive. Because you are not trying to get away from every uncomfortable moment. You are allowing it. There is also a release of pressure. Because when you stop trying to escape discomfort, you stop creating urgency around it. You are no longer rushing to fix things, no longer trying to change every feeling. You are simply experiencing, and this makes everything lighter. You begin to notice that many things you used to avoid were not as overwhelming as they seemed. They only felt that way because you never stayed with them long enough to see their true nature. Now you see clearly. You feel the discomfort. And you watch it pass, without needing to interfere. This also builds confidence, not the kind that comes from always feeling good, but the kind that comes from knowing you can handle feeling bad without losing control. You trust yourself more, because you are no longer dependent on comfort. You are stable even when things feel uncomfortable, and that stability becomes a foundation. You are no longer making decisions based on avoiding discomfort. You are making decisions based on clarity, what is right, what is needed, not what feels easiest. And this leads to better choices, more aligned actions, a more grounded way of living. Over time, this becomes natural. The urge to escape weakens, the ability to stay strengthens, and discomfort loses its power, not because it disappears, but because it no longer controls you. You feel it, you stay with it, and you let it pass. And in that simple act, something changes deeply. You are no longer running. You are no longer avoiding. You are present, fully, even in moments that are not easy. And that is where real strength begins, not in avoiding discomfort, but in being able to sit with it, calmly, steadily, without needing to escape, and knowing that no matter what arises, you can remain. And as you become more comfortable sitting with discomfort, another quiet need begins to surface. Not loud, not obvious, but deeply rooted. The need to be understood, to explain yourself, to make sure others see your intention, to feel seen, recognized, correctly interpreted. And when that does not happen, something inside tightens. You replay conversations. You wish you had said it differently. You feel frustration, sometimes even hurt, because a part of you believes that being misunderstood means something is wrong. But what if nothing is wrong? What if the need itself is what creates the tension? Most people carry an unspoken expectation. If they truly understand me, then I am okay. And without realizing it, they place their sense of clarity in the hands of others. But others are not stable mirrors. They see through their own filters, their own experiences, their own moods, biases, and limitations. Even when you speak clearly, they may hear something different. Even when your intention is pure, they may interpret it in another way. And this is not always something you can control. The Stoics understood this deeply. They knew that trying to control how others perceive you is a losing effort, because perception is not yours to manage, it belongs to them. So instead of chasing understanding, they focused on something else, clarity in their own actions. They asked themselves a simple question: did I act with honesty? Did I express what needed to be expressed? And once the answer was yes, they let go. They did not chase agreement. They did not chase validation. They did not try to correct every misunderstanding, because they understood something important. Being understood is not a requirement for being aligned. This shift changes everything, because now your peace is no longer dependent on how others interpret you. You are not constantly adjusting your words to fit every possible perspective. You are not over-explaining to make sure nothing is misread. You speak clearly, you act honestly, and you allow others to see it however they will. At first this can feel uncomfortable, because the mind is used to closing the loop, to making sure everything is resolved, everything is clear, everything is understood. But not every loop needs to be closed. Some things can remain open, and that is okay. There is also a release that comes with this. You stop replaying conversations endlessly. You stop trying to rewrite moments that have already passed. You stop carrying the weight of how others might have perceived you, and this frees up energy, a lot of it, because trying to control perception is exhausting. It requires constant thinking, constant adjustment, constant checking. But when you let go of that need, your attention returns to something more important: your own clarity, your own direction, your own actions. There is also a deeper confidence that develops. Not the kind that comes from being understood by everyone, but the kind that comes from knowing you have acted in alignment with yourself. You do not need constant confirmation. You do not need every person to see you correctly. You know where you stand, and that is enough. This also changes your relationships. You become less reactive, less defensive, more open, because you are not constantly trying to control how you are seen. You allow space. You allow difference. You allow misunderstanding without turning it into conflict. And this reduces tension, because many conflicts come from the need to be understood, to prove a point, to correct perception. But when that need fades, so does the urgency. You begin to choose when it is worth clarifying and when it is better to let things be. And that choice creates peace. Over time, this becomes natural. The need to explain weakens. The need to be seen perfectly fades. You become more comfortable with being misunderstood, not because it feels good, but because it no longer disturbs you. You understand something clearly now. Your truth is not dependent on their understanding. Your clarity is not dependent on their agreement. Your value is not dependent on their perception. And once that becomes real, something shifts deeply. You are no longer chasing, no longer proving, no longer adjusting yourself to fit every perspective. You are simply acting, speaking, being, and allowing the rest to unfold. And in that, there is freedom, a quiet, steady freedom, where you no longer need to be fully understood, to feel fully at peace. And as the need to be understood begins to fade, another quiet attachment comes into focus, not to people's opinions this time, but to the things you hold close, the things you do not want to lose, your comfort, your relationships, your plans, your sense of stability. There is a silent assumption the mind makes that what you have now will stay, and from that assumption attachment grows. You begin to depend on things remaining the same. You begin to feel secure because they are there, and without noticing it, your peace becomes tied to their presence. But life does not promise permanence. Things change, people leave, situations shift, and when the mind is not prepared for that, the impact feels heavier than it needs to be. Not just because of the loss itself, but because of the shock, the resistance, the feeling that something has gone wrong. The Stoics approached this differently. They did not wait for loss to happen before preparing their minds. They practiced it in advance, not to create fear, but to remove it. They would quietly reflect on the possibility that what they value could change, could leave, could end, not as a dramatic exercise, but as a way to align with reality. This is not pessimism, it is clarity, because when you accept that nothing is guaranteed, you stop taking things for granted. You begin to appreciate them more deeply, more honestly, without the illusion that they must stay. This practice changes your relationship with what you have. You still care, you still value, but you do not cling. You do not build your stability on something that can change. And because of that, you are not as shaken when change comes. There is less shock, less resistance, more acceptance. At first, this can feel uncomfortable. The mind may interpret it as negative, as if thinking about loss will somehow make it happen, but this is not how it works. You are not attracting loss. You are preparing your mind for reality, and in doing so, you reduce fear, because fear often comes from the unknown, from the unexpected. But when you have already faced the idea mentally, it loses some of its intensity. It becomes familiar, manageable. You begin to see that even in the possibility of loss you remain, your awareness, your ability to respond, your inner stability. These are not lost. And this creates strength, not because you are avoiding loss, but because you are no longer afraid of it in the same way. There is also a deeper appreciation that develops. When you stop assuming permanence, you begin to value what is present more fully. A conversation becomes more meaningful. A moment becomes more vivid, because you are aware that it is not guaranteed. And this awareness brings depth, not fear. You are not holding on tightly. You are experiencing more completely. There is also less attachment. You stop building your sense of self around what you have, because you know it can change, and this makes you more flexible, more adaptable, more grounded. You are not broken by change. You move through it, because you have already accepted that it is part of life. This also reduces anxiety, because you are no longer trying to protect everything from changing. You are not constantly worried about losing what you have. You understand that change is natural and that understanding brings calm. Over time, this practice becomes natural. You do not need to force it. You simply remain aware that nothing is permanent, that everything is temporary, and that this does not reduce its value. It deepens it. You begin to live with a quiet balance, caring but not clinging, appreciating but not depending, engaged but not attached. And from that place your mind becomes more stable, because your peace is no longer built on things staying the same. It is built on your ability to handle change, and that changes everything. You are no longer afraid of loss in the same way, not because you do not care, but because you understand that what matters is not what you hold on to, but how you meet what comes and goes, with awareness, with acceptance, with a steady mind that remains even when things change. And that is where true resilience begins, not in avoiding loss, but in no longer fearing it. And as the fear of loss begins to loosen, another quiet need starts to reveal itself beneath it. The need for closure, the need for things to make sense, to be explained, to be finished in a way that feels complete, clean, resolved. The mind does not like open loops. It does not like unanswered questions. It does not like uncertainty, so it searches for endings, for explanations, for something that allows it to finally relax. But life does not always offer that. Some conversations end without clarity. Some relationships fade without explanation. Some situations leave questions that are never answered. And when the mind cannot find closure, it begins to struggle. It replays. It analyzes. It searches for meaning again and again, trying to force a conclusion that may not exist. This is where tension grows, because the mind is trying to complete something that reality has left open. It wants certainty, but uncertainty is what remains. And instead of accepting that, it resists it. It tries to fill the gap with assumptions, with imagined answers, with stories that create a false sense of closure. But those stories rarely bring peace. They only keep the mind active, searching, unsettled. The Stoics understood that not everything can be resolved in the way the mind wants. They accepted that uncertainty is not a flaw in life, it is part of it. And instead of chasing closure, they practiced something different. They allowed things to remain open without forcing them into a conclusion. At first, this can feel deeply uncomfortable because the mind is used to finishing things, to tying everything together, to making sure nothing is left unresolved. But when you stop forcing closure, something begins to shift. You realize that the discomfort is not coming from the situation itself. It is coming from the need to resolve it. When that need begins to soften, the tension begins to drop. You are no longer trying to answer every question, no longer trying to make sense of everything immediately. You allow the unknown to exist without turning it into a problem. This is where acceptance of uncertainty begins, not as a passive state, but as a clear understanding that not everything needs to be fully understood to be lived with. Some things can remain incomplete, and you can still move forward. There is also a freedom in this, because when you stop chasing closure, you stop being stuck in the past, you stop replaying situations that have already ended, you stop trying to extract answers from moments that cannot give them, and your attention returns to the present. You begin to see that closure is not something the outside world always provides. It is something you create internally, not by finding all the answers, but by choosing to stop asking questions that lead nowhere. This does not mean you ignore what happened. It means you stop trying to control its meaning. You allow it to be what it was, without needing to fully resolve it. There is also a deeper calm that comes with this, because uncertainty is no longer something you are fighting. It becomes something you can sit with, something that does not disturb your entire state. You begin to trust that you do not need to know everything right now, that clarity can come with time, or sometimes not come at all, and that both are acceptable. This reduces anxiety, because anxiety often comes from trying to predict or understand what cannot be fully known. But when you accept that some things are uncertain, the pressure to figure everything out disappears. You are no longer searching constantly, no longer trying to complete every unfinished thought. You are simply allowing. And in that allowing, your mind becomes quieter, more stable, more grounded. You move through life without needing every situation to be resolved before you can feel at peace. You begin to live with open loops, without being disturbed by them. And this creates resilience, because life will always contain uncertainty. There will always be things you do not understand, things that do not make sense immediately, things that remain unfinished. But when you are no longer dependent on closure, those things lose their power to hold you back. You are able to continue, to move forward, without needing everything to be complete. Over time, this becomes natural. The mind stops searching for final answers in every situation. It becomes comfortable with not knowing, with not having full clarity, with allowing things to remain open. And this changes your experience of life completely. You are no longer trapped by unanswered questions. You are no longer pulled back into the past by the need for closure. You are present, moving forward, unburdened by the need to resolve everything. And from that place, something deeper emerges. A quiet acceptance, not of everything making sense, but of everything being as it is. And that acceptance brings peace, not because life is fully understood, but because it no longer needs to be. And as the need for closure begins to soften, another quiet truth starts to settle deeper within you, one that changes how you experience nearly everything. The realization that most of what happens around you is not about you at all, even though the mind has been trained to believe otherwise, to take things in, to interpret, to connect every action, every word, every silence back to itself, to assume meaning where there may be none, and from that assumption, reactions begin. There is a subtle habit that has been running for years, turning neutral moments into personal ones. A look becomes judgment, a delay becomes rejection, a tone becomes disrespect, and without noticing it, the mind builds a story, one where everything points back to you, your worth, your value, your place. And this story feels real because it is repeated often, but repetition does not make it true. The Stoics understood that the moment you take something personally, you give it power over your inner state. You allow external behavior, which you cannot control, to shape your internal experience. And this creates instability, because the outside world is constantly changing, constantly moving in ways that have nothing to do with you. When you begin to see clearly that most actions are driven by other people's thoughts, fears, habits, and limitations, something begins to shift. You stop internalizing everything. You stop carrying what was never yours. You stop reacting to interpretations that were never grounded in fact. This does not mean you ignore reality. It means you see it without inserting yourself unnecessarily. Someone acts in a certain way, and instead of asking what it says about you, you begin to see what it says about them, their state, their perspective, their moment. And in that shift, there is freedom, because you are no longer tied to every reaction, no longer affected by every behavior, no longer pulled into every situation as if it defines you. You begin to create space between what happens and how you feel about it. And in that space, your stability grows. There is also less emotional weight, because taking things personally is heavy. It turns small moments into large ones. It adds meaning where none is needed. It creates tension that could have been avoided. But when you release that habit, everything becomes lighter. You are no longer carrying unnecessary interpretations. You are no longer building stories that drain your energy. You are simply observing what is happening without turning it into something about you. This also changes how you move through relationships. You become less reactive, less defensive, more open, because you are not constantly protecting yourself from perceived attacks. You are not assuming negative intent. You are allowing others to be as they are without immediately connecting it to your identity. And this reduces conflict, because many conflicts are not caused by what actually happened, but by how it was interpreted. When you remove the personal layer, you remove much of the tension. There is also a deeper confidence that develops, not because others treat you differently, but because you are no longer affected in the same way. Your sense of self is not shifting based on how others behave. It is stable, independent, grounded. You begin to trust that your value is not determined by external reactions. And this makes you less vulnerable to emotional swings, less affected by opinions, less disturbed by situations that used to trigger you. You move through life with more ease, more clarity, more control over your inner state. Over time, this becomes natural. The mind stops jumping to personal conclusions. It stops making everything about you. It becomes quieter, more precise, more aligned with reality. You begin to see things as they are, not as reflections of yourself, and this changes your experience completely. You are no longer pulled into every situation. You are no longer reacting to every behavior. You are steady, observing, choosing your response with clarity. And from that place, something powerful emerges. A sense of freedom that does not depend on how others act. A stability that does not change with every interaction. A quiet strength that comes from knowing that not everything is about you. And that realization removes a huge amount of unnecessary suffering. Because once you truly understand that nothing is personal, you stop carrying what was never yours to begin with. And as the weight of personalization begins to fall away, something else starts to take shape within you. A quieter state, less reactive, less disturbed, more steady. And at first, it may feel unfamiliar, even confusing, because when you are no longer reacting the way you used to, the mind begins to ask a question. Have you stopped caring, or have you simply become unbothered? This is where many people misunderstand the shift. They think that to be unbothered means to become cold, distant, or numb, as if the only way to stop being affected is to stop feeling altogether. But that is not what is happening here, and it is not what the Stoics practiced. They did not remove emotion. They refined their relationship to it. Becoming unbothered does not mean you feel less. It means you are no longer controlled by what you feel. There is a difference. Numbness is disconnection. It is shutting down, avoiding, suppressing. It creates distance from life. But being unbothered is awareness. It is being fully present, fully capable of feeling, but not being pulled into reaction. You still notice what happens. You still understand what is said. You still feel the initial movement of emotion. But it does not take over. It does not dictate your behavior. It passes through, and you remain steady. This is where balance begins, because now you are not overreacting, but you are also not disconnected. You are engaged, but not entangled. There is also a clarity that comes with this. When you are no longer easily bothered, you see things more accurately. You are not clouded by emotional intensity. You are not exaggerating situations. You are responding based on what is real, not on what feels overwhelming. And this makes your actions more precise, more aligned, more effective. There is also less internal noise, because being bothered creates repetition. You think about the same thing again and again. You replay it, you analyze it, you extend it far beyond the moment it happened. But when you are unbothered, that cycle stops. The moment passes, and you move on. This saves energy. A lot of it, because you are no longer carrying unnecessary mental weight. You are not holding on to things that do not need to stay, and this creates a lighter experience of life. There is also a deeper strength here, because when you are not easily bothered, you are not easily controlled. Others cannot trigger you as easily. Situations cannot push you into reactions. You remain in control of your responses, and this makes you stable, reliable, grounded. This does not mean you accept everything. It means you choose what deserves your energy. Not everything requires a reaction. Not everything needs to be addressed immediately. Not everything deserves your attention. And when you begin to see that clearly, your focus sharpens. You stop wasting energy on small disturbances. You reserve it for what truly matters. This is the art, not reacting to everything, but responding only to what is important and letting the rest pass. There is also a quiet confidence that develops, because you begin to trust your ability to remain steady. You are no longer afraid of situations that used to disturb you. You know you can face them without losing control, without being pulled into unnecessary emotion. And that trust creates calm, a calm that is not forced, not fragile, but natural. Over time, this becomes your default. You are not easily shaken, not easily irritated, not easily overwhelmed. You are steady, present, aware. And this changes how others experience you. You become someone who does not react impulsively, someone who does not escalate situations, someone who remains calm even when things around you are not. And this creates a sense of stability that others can feel. There is also a deeper peace in this state, because you are no longer fighting every small disturbance. You are not trying to control everything. You are allowing most things to pass. And this reduces tension, internally and externally. You begin to experience life with more ease, more flow, more clarity. Because you are not constantly reacting, you are choosing, and that choice creates freedom. Freedom from unnecessary emotion. Freedom from constant disturbance. Freedom from being controlled by every external change. And as this continues, something becomes clear. You have not become numb. You have become stable. You still feel. You still care. But you are no longer easily shaken. And that is the difference. Not the absence of emotion, but the presence of control. And in that control there is strength. Quiet, steady, unbothered, and fully alive. And as that steady, unbothered state begins to take hold, another pattern starts to lose its grip, one that has been quietly draining your energy for years, overthinking. Not the useful kind of thinking, not the kind that solves problems or creates clarity, but the looping kind, the kind that repeats, expands, and never seems to end. It feels like movement, but it leads nowhere. It feels like control, but it creates more confusion. At the center of overthinking, there is something simple: emotion. Not thought alone, but thought combined with emotional intensity. A situation happens, a feeling appears, and the mind begins to circle around it. It replays, it analyzes, it imagines different outcomes, it tries to predict, fix, and understand everything at once. But what keeps the loop alive is not the thought itself. It is the emotional fuel behind it, the urgency, the fear, the need to resolve something immediately. Without that fuel, the thought would pass quickly, but with it, the thought repeats, again and again. This is why trying to stop overthinking by force rarely works, because the mind is not just thinking, it is reacting. And as long as the emotional charge remains, the thinking continues. The Stoics understood this clearly. They did not try to eliminate thinking. They reduced the emotional weight attached to it. And when that weight drops, the loop collapses on its own. This is where the shift begins. Instead of trying to control the thought, you turn your attention to the emotion. What is being felt right now? Not the story, not the analysis, just the raw feeling. You begin to notice the tension in the body, the tightness, the restlessness, the subtle urgency that is pushing the mind to keep going. And instead of feeding it with more thought, you stay with the feeling. You let it be there, without trying to solve it, without trying to escape it. At first, this feels unfamiliar, because the mind is used to responding to emotion with thinking. It believes that if it thinks enough, it will find a solution. But most of the time, it is not solving anything. it is only extending the loop. When you remove the emotional fuel, something changes. The urgency begins to fade. The intensity drops. And without that intensity, the thought loses its momentum. It no longer needs to repeat. It begins to slow down. And eventually, it passes. This is how overthinking collapses. Not by stopping thoughts directly, but by removing what keeps them alive. There is also a deeper understanding that develops here. You begin to see that not every thought needs to be completed. Not every question needs an answer. Not every situation needs to be fully analyzed. Some things can remain open, and you can still move forward. This reduces pressure, because now you are not trying to resolve everything in your mind. You are allowing things to be incomplete. And that breaks the cycle. There is also less attachment. When you stop feeding thoughts with emotion, they become lighter. They no longer feel urgent. They no longer demand your attention. They come and they go, without pulling you in. This creates space, and in that space, clarity appears. Not from thinking more, but from thinking less, from seeing things directly, without layers of unnecessary analysis. There is also a sense of control that returns. Not control over every thought, but control over your attention. You begin to choose what to engage with, what to let pass. And this makes your mind more efficient. You are no longer wasting energy on repetitive loops. You are focused, present, clear. Over time, this becomes natural. The mind stops feeding every thought with emotion. It becomes quieter, less reactive, more stable. You begin to notice when overthinking is starting, and instead of being pulled into it, you step back. You feel the emotion, you let it settle, and the thought loses its power. This changes your experience completely. You are no longer trapped in your own mind, no longer circling the same ideas, no longer exhausting yourself with unnecessary thinking. You are free, not from thought, but from being controlled by it. And that freedom brings peace, because now your mind is not constantly working against you. It is calm, clear, aligned, and able to rest. And in that rest, something becomes possible. A deeper kind of clarity, a quieter kind of intelligence, one that does not need constant thinking to function, because it is no longer fueled by emotion, it is grounded in awareness. And that is where overthinking ends, not by force, but by removing the energy that was keeping it alive. And as overthinking begins to loosen its grip, something unfamiliar starts to appear more often between your thoughts, small gaps, quiet spaces where nothing is being solved, nothing is being analyzed, nothing is being repeated, just silence. And at first, the mind does not trust it because it has been trained to believe that thinking equals control, that noise equals progress, that constant mental activity is what keeps things together. So when silence appears, it feels almost suspicious, like something is missing, like something important is being ignored. But nothing is missing. What is happening is that the mind is no longer filling every moment with unnecessary noise, and that feels unfamiliar. Because for so long, the mind has relied on thinking as a way to stay engaged, to feel in control, to avoid uncertainty. So it creates commentary, constant, repetitive, often unnecessary, but familiar. And familiarity feels safe, even when it is exhausting. The Stoics learned to see this clearly. They understood that most mental noise is not useful. It does not solve. It does not clarify. It only repeats. And in that repetition, it creates distraction. So instead of trusting the noise, they began to trust the silence, not as emptiness but as clarity, because when the mind is quiet, it is not lacking. It is open. It is able to see things directly, without distortion, without layers of unnecessary thought. Training yourself to trust silence begins with recognizing how often the mind is speaking without purpose. You notice the constant inner dialogue, the commentary on everything, the need to fill every gap with thought. And instead of following it, you step back. You allow the silence to remain. At first, this can feel uncomfortable, because the mind will try to reintroduce noise. It will suggest things to think about, problems to solve, questions to answer, not because they are urgent, but because it is used to being active. But if you do not engage, if you let the silence stay, something begins to change. The discomfort fades. The urge to fill the space weakens, and the silence becomes easier to sit with. There is also a shift in how you make decisions. Before, you may have relied on thinking more to find clarity, analyzing every angle, considering every possibility. But now, you begin to notice that clarity often comes when the mind is quiet, not when it is full. You allow the situation to settle. You give it space. And in that space, the right direction becomes clear, without force, without over-analysis. This builds trust, not in constant thinking, but in stillness. You begin to see that silence is not the absence of intelligence, it is the presence of it. In a more refined form, there is also less mental fatigue, because constant noise requires energy. It keeps the mind active even when it does not need to be. But when you allow silence, that energy is preserved. The mind rests. It resets. And when it does engage, it does so with more clarity, more precision, more effectiveness. There is also a deeper awareness that develops. You begin to notice thoughts as they arise, without immediately following them. You see how quickly the mind tries to fill space. And instead of reacting, you allow that space to remain. And in doing so, you strengthen your ability to stay in silence. This becomes a skill, a discipline, not forcing the mind to be quiet, but choosing not to engage with unnecessary noise. Over time, this becomes natural. The mind stops trying to fill every moment. It becomes comfortable with quiet. You begin to experience moments without needing to think about them constantly. You are present, aware, not distracted by internal commentary, and this changes everything. Life feels clearer, simpler, less crowded, because you are no longer filtering every experience through layers of thought. You are experiencing it directly. There is also a quiet confidence that forms here, because you are no longer dependent on constant thinking to feel in control. You trust that you can remain still, that you can allow silence, that you do not need to fill every gap with noise. And that trust creates stability. You are not restless, not searching, not constantly trying to engage the mind. You are at ease, even in quiet moments. And this is where something deeper begins to emerge. A sense of clarity that is not forced. A kind of understanding that does not come from thinking more, but from thinking less. You begin to see things as they are, without interference, without distortion. And that makes your actions more aligned, more precise, more effective, because they are not coming from noise, they are coming from stillness. And the more you practice this, the more natural it becomes. You begin to prefer silence, not because you reject thought, but because you recognize when it is unnecessary. You use the mind when it is needed, and you rest it when it is not. And in that balance, something powerful happens. The noise loses its authority. The silence becomes familiar, trusted, and steady. And in that silence, you find something you did not realize you were missing. A mind that is clear, a presence that is calm, a state that is not dependent on constant activity, but grounded in stillness. And that is where real clarity lives. Not in the noise, but in the silence you learn to trust. And as silence becomes something you trust, something you return to instead of something you avoid, another shift begins to happen naturally. The way you see your problem starts to change, not because the problems disappear, but because the mind is no longer amplifying them the way it used to. It is no longer filling them with noise, with stories, with layers of imagined consequences that stretch far beyond what is actually real. Because most problems are not heavy by themselves, they become heavy through expansion. A single event happens, something small, something contained, but the mind begins to build around it. It adds meaning, it predicts outcomes, it imagines worst-case scenarios, it connects it to past experiences, and before long, what was once a simple issue becomes something that feels overwhelming. Not because of what it is, but because of what it has become in the mind. The Stoics saw this clearly. They understood that the mind often magnifies things beyond their true size, and that this magnification is what creates suffering, not the event itself, but the story that surrounds it. So they practiced something simple but powerful. They reduced things, they brought them back to their actual form. They asked themselves, what is this really? Not what it feels like, not what it might become, but what it is right now. And when you begin to do this, something shifts immediately. A situation that felt overwhelming starts to shrink, because you are no longer adding to it. You are removing what does not belong. You begin to separate fact from interpretation. This happened, that is the fact. Everything else is the mind adding layers. And when those layers are removed, the problem becomes clearer, more contained, more manageable. There is also a shift in how you relate to discomfort. Before, discomfort may have felt like something large, something that needed to be avoided or fixed quickly. But when you reduce it to its actual form, it becomes simpler. A feeling in the body, a thought passing through, a situation that requires a response. Not something that defines everything, not something that needs to be expanded into a larger narrative. This reduces emotional intensity, because intensity often comes from exaggeration, from imagining more than what is actually there, from projecting into the future or replaying the past. But when you stay with what is real, what is present, the intensity drops. You are dealing with something specific, not something imagined. There is also a practical clarity that comes with this. When a problem is seen clearly, without exaggeration, it becomes easier to respond to. You are no longer overwhelmed. You are focused. What needs to be done? What is within your control? What is not? And this simplifies action, because you are not trying to solve everything at once. You are addressing what is actually there. This also reduces fear, because fear often comes from what might happen, not what is happening. When you remove those projections, the situation becomes less threatening. You begin to see that most problems are smaller than the mind makes them. They are specific, limited, and often manageable. There is also less mental exhaustion, because when the mind is not expanding every situation, it uses less energy. It is not constantly building scenarios, not constantly analyzing possibilities that may never happen. It is simply observing and responding. And this creates a lighter experience. You are no longer carrying the weight of imagined problems. You are dealing with real ones. And real problems, when seen clearly, are often much simpler than they appear. Over time, this becomes a habit. The moment something feels overwhelming, you pause. You step back. You ask, what is actually happening here? And you bring it back to its true size, not minimizing it, not ignoring it, but seeing it clearly, without distortion, without exaggeration. And this changes your entire relationship with difficulty. You are no longer intimidated by problems. You are not overwhelmed by them. You are able to face them directly because you are seeing them as they are, not as the mind has expanded them to be. There is also a quiet confidence that develops here, because you begin to trust your ability to handle situations, not because nothing goes wrong, but because you know you can reduce things to what is real. You are not reacting to imagined weight. You are responding to actual conditions, and that makes you more effective, more grounded, more steady. And over time, this becomes natural. The mind stops exaggerating. It stops turning small things into large ones. It becomes more accurate, more precise, more aligned with reality. And this changes everything. Problems feel smaller, more manageable, less overwhelming. Not because life has changed, but because you are no longer adding to it. You are seeing clearly. And when you see clearly, everything returns to its true size. Simple, defined, and possible to handle. And in that clarity, there is calm. A calm that comes not from avoiding problems, but from no longer inflating them beyond what they are. And that is where real control begins. Not in changing the problem, but in changing how you see it. And as problems begin to return to their true size, another illusion quietly starts to lose its hold. The belief that everything can be controlled, that if you think enough, plan enough, anticipate enough, you can shape life exactly the way you want it to go. It feels logical, it feels responsible, it even feels necessary. But beneath it, there is tension, because the more you try to control everything, the more you begin to notice how little actually stays in your hands. People change, situations shift, outcomes unfold in ways you did not expect. And no matter how much effort you put into controlling every detail, something always moves beyond your reach. This is where frustration begins, because the mind is trying to hold on to something that was never fully yours. The Stoics understood this clearly. They did not divide life into what they could control and what they could not. As a philosophy alone, they lived it as a practice, a constant awareness that control is limited, and that trying to extend it beyond its natural boundary creates unnecessary suffering. They saw that control, as most people understand it, is an illusion. You can influence, you can act, you can prepare, but you cannot guarantee. And when you try to guarantee, you create pressure, you create resistance, you create a constant need to manage what cannot be fully managed. Letting go of this illusion does not make you passive, it makes you precise. You begin to focus only on what is truly within your control, your actions, your effort, your attention, your response, and you release the rest. At first, this can feel uncomfortable, because the mind equates control with safety. It believes that if it lets go, things will fall apart. But the truth is, things were never fully held together by your control in the first place. They were always moving, always changing, and you were simply participating in that movement. When you let go of the illusion, something shifts. The tension begins to drop. You are no longer trying to manage every outcome. You are no longer carrying the weight of things that are not yours to carry. You act where you can, and you release where you cannot. And this creates a different kind of power. Not the power of controlling life, but the power of moving with it. There is also a deeper calm that comes with this, because when you stop trying to control everything, you stop fighting reality. You are no longer resisting what is happening, you are responding to it, and this makes your actions more effective, because they are aligned with what is real, not with what you wish you could control. There is also less fear, because fear often comes from the possibility of losing control, of things not going as planned, of outcomes you cannot predict. But when you accept that control is limited, that fear begins to soften. You are no longer trying to prevent every possible outcome. You are trusting your ability to handle whatever comes, and that trust creates stability. You are not dependent on things going your way. You are prepared to respond, regardless of how they unfold. This also changes how you make decisions. You focus on the quality of your action, not the certainty of the result. You do what is right, what is aligned, what is within your control, and you allow the outcome to follow its course. And this removes pressure, because you are no longer trying to guarantee success. You are focusing on doing your part well. There is also a sense of freedom in this, because when you are not trying to control everything, you are no longer restricted by that effort. You are not constantly thinking ahead, not constantly trying to manage every detail. You are present, engaged, clear, and this makes life feel lighter, more fluid, more natural. Over time, this becomes your default. The urge to control weakens, the need to manage everything fades. You become more adaptable, more flexible, more grounded. You move through uncertainty without being overwhelmed by it, because you are not trying to remove it. You are working within it. And that is where real power begins, not in controlling life, but in mastering your response to it. You begin to see that letting go is not losing power. It is removing the illusion of it. And in that removal, something real appears. A steady, grounded ability to act clearly without being tied to the result. A calm that does not depend on things being predictable. A strength that remains even when things are uncertain. And that is the shift. From trying to control everything to understanding what is actually yours to hold. And once you see that clearly, everything becomes simpler, lighter, more focused, and far more powerful than control could ever be. And as the illusion of control begins to dissolve, another layer of conditioning quietly comes into view, the mind's deep preference for comfort over truth. Not because it is weak, but because it has been trained that way for years. It learns to avoid what feels difficult, to move toward what feels safe, to choose what soothes instead of what reveals. And over time, this creates a subtle distortion where comfort begins to feel like the right path, even when it leads away from clarity. The mind starts protecting itself from discomfort, not just physical discomfort, but emotional and psychological discomfort. It avoids hard truths. It softens reality. It creates explanations that feel better, even if they are not accurate. And this becomes automatic. You begin to believe what feels good instead of what is true. But comfort is not always aligned with growth. Comfort often keeps you where you are. It avoids confrontation. It avoids change. It avoids seeing things clearly when clarity feels difficult. And this is where stagnation begins. The Stoics understood that truth, even when uncomfortable, is what creates strength. They did not chase what felt good in the moment. They looked for what was real, because only what is real can be worked with, adjusted, improved. Rewiring the mind to prefer truth over comfort begins with awareness. You start noticing the moments when you avoid seeing something clearly, when you soften reality to protect your feelings, when you choose an easier explanation instead of a more accurate one. And instead of following that pattern, you pause. You ask yourself a simple question: what is actually true here? Not what feels better, not what is easier to accept, but what is real. At first, this can feel uncomfortable, because truth does not always align with your preferences. It may challenge your assumptions. It may expose something you would rather avoid. It may require change. But in that discomfort, there is clarity, and clarity creates strength. When you see things as they are, you remove confusion. You remove distortion. You stop building decisions on unstable ground. And this makes your actions more aligned, more effective. There is also a deeper trust that forms here, Because when you consistently choose truth, even when it is uncomfortable, you begin to rely on your ability to face reality. You are no longer avoiding, no longer hiding, no longer creating illusions to feel safe. You are grounded. And that grounding creates stability. There is also less internal conflict, because much of conflict comes from resisting truth, from knowing something on one level but avoiding it on another. When you align with truth, that conflict disappears. You are no longer divided, you are clear, and clarity reduces tension. This also changes how you experience discomfort. It stops being something to avoid, it becomes something to move through, because you understand that discomfort is often a signal, not a threat. A signal that something needs attention, something needs adjustment. And when you face it directly, it loses its intensity. Over time, this becomes natural. The mind stops choosing comfort automatically. It becomes more honest, more direct, more aligned with reality. You begin to prefer clarity, even when it is not easy, because you see its value. You see how it strengthens you, how it simplifies your decisions, how it removes unnecessary confusion. There is also a quiet confidence that comes with this, because you are no longer dependent on things feeling good to move forward. You can face difficulty. You can see things clearly. You can act even when it is not comfortable, and that creates resilience. You are not fragile. You are not avoiding. You are stable, because your foundation is built on truth, not on comfort. And this changes everything. You move through life with more precision, more awareness, more alignment. Because you are no longer filtering reality through what feels easy. You are seeing it as it is. And from that place, your actions become stronger. Your mind becomes clearer. Your path becomes more direct. And the more you practice this, the more natural it becomes. Until one day, something simple becomes clear. You no longer need comfort to feel okay. You trust yourself to face what is real. And that trust creates a deeper kind of peace. Not the peace that comes from avoiding discomfort, but the peace that comes from living in truth. And that is where real strength settles, quiet, unshaken, and completely aligned with reality. And as the mind begins to prefer truth over comfort, another refinement naturally follows. The way you relate to thoughts themselves starts to change, because even when you see clearly, even when you choose truth, thoughts will still come. They will still appear, still move, still try to pull your attention, and the difference now is not in stopping them, but in how you meet them. Most people have been trained to engage with every thought that arises. A thought appears, and immediately it is followed. It is analyzed. It is expanded. It becomes a conversation, and without noticing it, one thought leads to another and another, until the mind is fully occupied again. Not because the thoughts are necessary, but because engagement has become a habit. The Stoics understood that not every thought deserves attention. In fact, most thoughts do not require any response at all. They are simply movements of the mind, temporary, passing. But when you engage with them, you give them weight. You give them continuity. You turn a passing moment into a prolonged experience. So instead of trying to stop thoughts, they practiced something more subtle. They allowed them to pass, without engagement, without resistance, without following. At first, this can feel difficult, because the mind is used to reacting. It sees a thought as something to act on, something to solve, something to explore. But when you step back, when you observe instead of engage, something begins to change. The thought loses its pull. It no longer feels as important, because importance is created through attention. Without attention, it fades. This is where the discipline comes in. A thought appears. You notice it, but you do not move with it. You do not build on it. You do not continue the conversation, you let it be. And then you let it go. At first, the mind will try to bring it back. It will repeat the thought. It will try to pull you in again. But if you remain steady, if you continue to not engage, the repetition weakens. The thought loses energy, and eventually it disappears. There is also a deeper understanding that develops here. You begin to see that thoughts are not commands. They are not instructions that must be followed. They are simply events, things that happen in the mind. And just because they appear does not mean they need to be acted on. This creates distance. And in that distance, you regain control, not over the thoughts themselves, but over your response to them. There is also less mental noise. Because when you stop engaging with every thought, the constant inner dialogue begins to quiet down. The mind is no longer filled with endless commentary. It becomes more spacious, more still, and in that stillness, clarity emerges. You are able to focus more easily. You are not being pulled in multiple directions. Your attention is stable, and that stability improves everything: your decisions, your actions, your presence. There is also less emotional reactivity, because many emotions are sustained by thought. A thought appears, you engage with it, and the emotion grows. But when you stop engaging, the emotion does not build in the same way. It passes more quickly, more naturally, without being extended unnecessarily. Over time, this becomes natural. The mind stops pulling you into every thought. You begin to notice them without following them. You become aware of their patterns, their repetition, their temporary nature. And this awareness changes your experience completely. You are no longer trapped in your own thinking, no longer carried away by every idea. You are steady, present, in control of your attention. And this creates a deeper kind of freedom. Not freedom from thought, but freedom from being controlled by it. You begin to move through life with a quieter mind, a mind that is not constantly active, not constantly reacting, but calm, clear, responsive only when needed. And the more you practice this, the stronger it becomes. Until one day, something simple becomes clear. Thoughts still come, but they no longer take you with them. You see them, you allow them, and you let them pass. And in that simple act, something powerful happens. The mind becomes lighter, the noise fades, and what remains is a steady awareness that is not disturbed by every passing thought. And that is where true mental freedom begins. Not in stopping thoughts, but in no longer needing to follow them. What you've just gone through isn't just information. It's a quiet reconstruction of the mind. Piece by piece, you've loosened what once controlled you. The need to react, the need to be understood, the need to hold on, to rush, to solve everything, to make everything personal. And in its place, something steadier has begun to form. Awareness without noise, strength without tension, control without force. You've seen how thoughts lose power when you stop feeding them, how emotions settle when you stop expanding them, how life becomes lighter when you stop adding meaning where none is needed, and how real strength begins the moment you stop trying to control everything and start mastering your response instead. This is what rebuilding the mind actually looks like. Not loud, not dramatic, but precise, quiet, unshakable. And now the real shift begins when this doesn't stay here, but follows you into your next moment, your next reaction, your next decision. So before you leave, write this in the comments. I choose stillness. Not as a phrase, but as a commitment, a signal that you're no longer moving the way you used to. And if this gave you even a small sense of clarity, subscribe to the channel, because this is just the beginning of mastering your mind, one layer at a time.